Yes, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and former members of the Doki Doki Fry Corps. Well, actually, no. Wrong visual novel! Jesus fucking Christ. Sorry, I had a joke there. No, the Cripple Course. Right, no, that's better. Welcome, starting off great. Welcome to Katawa Shoujo, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, Martin's in the audience here, and he's running his... sorry, things blended together there for a second. Band of Cripples. Band of Cripples! There's the joke. There's a period-accurate joke. Welcome, folks! We're playing Katawa Shoujo, and, oh boy. This is going to be a lot. And also, this may be kind of unsurprising. OBS kind of has some trouble with the Katawa Shoujo client, which is rather funny. But, hold on. And I will be periodically sending you memes as we go. Oh, dear lord. He's going back into the files, the archives, ladies and gentlemen. Probably the whole 4-3 resolution. Maybe, but it just doesn't really like to pick it up. But yes, sounds. Yes, 4 Studios, a merry band of autists that existed for a time and then never again. There we go, okay. Yes, I know, because I have to get the game up. Right, okay. It begins. Right, so, yeah, the OBS doesn't like, it's kind of like Arma, funny enough. There's a massive delay in it actually picking up the correct window, and you kind of have to sit with it for a bit. You know, kind of like a disabled person. Oh, dear God, we're back. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, it's been like 10 years. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Katawa Shoujo, the hit visual novel where we have a massive heart attack and fall in love with disabled women. This is the non-18 plus version, right? Yes, the Steam version is non-18 plus. They've removed those scenes. However, they also offer a free patch for literally right on the same page, so that's totally fine. Unfortunately, we're not gonna accidentally fall into any anal scenes here, that we're free to make the jokes. In fact, I look over at Martin, at my Discord right now. Yep, there we go. Up on Cripple Creek. It's begun. Let's go on an adventure, folks. A light breeze causes the naked branches overhead to rattle like wooden wind chimes. This is a popular retreat for couples in the summer. The Decidus? That is a word I haven't seen in a long time. Trees provide a beautiful green canopy, far out of sight of teachers and fellow students. Oh, I share the memes you cut. No, they're in the archives. Well, I have to open a window to do that. Martin, post them in general in the Discord. There we go. You are free to do that. Right, I'll open that one because I have to, because I'm using, you know, window capture and I have to do some window kafuckery in order to actually get that to actually be on screen. But yes, now the memes now the memes are involved in the Discord live. Thank you. In and out 20-minute adventure, let's go. We're probably not gonna finish the whole game today. This is actually a very long visual novel, but anyway. But now, in late winter, it feels like I'm standing under a pile of kindling. Yeah, something's about to horribly end. I breathe into my cupped hands and rub them together furiously to prevent them from numbing in the cold. How long am I expected to wait out here anyway? I'm sure the note said 4 o'clock p.m. or 4 p.m. Ah yes, the note slipped between the pages of my math book while I wasn't looking. As far as cliches go, I'm more of a fan of let her in the locker, but at least this way shows a bit of initiative. Yeah, it's also kind of hard to get into someone's locker, especially if it doesn't have the vents. You can't really... Maybe she tried that. At least this isn't corpse party. Not yet. It's okay, you know me though. We're gonna have, you know, cripples, then corpses, and then, you know, they come back up again. Unfortunately, you know, cripples, corpses, and zombies doesn't really, you know, jive very well. But you know what? You know me. You know where this is going. As I ponder the meaning of the note, the snowfall gradually thickens. I was talking about the borderline porn corpse party game. Which borderline porn there's a borderline porn corpse party game? The snowflakes silently falling from the white painted sky are the only signs of time passing in this stagnant world. Yep. The visual novel one. Book of something? Can't remember. Their slow descent upon the frozen forest makes it seem like time has slowed to a crawl. Book of Shadows, I think. Yeah, no, I played that one briefly, but I played the original one all the way through. It's actually a very nice game for what it is, but, you know, haha, children dying. The rustling of dry snow underfoot startles me, interrupting the quiet mood. Someone is approaching me from behind. Hi, Isao. You came? Not that this is gonna matter one bit in like 5 minutes, but... Crunch, 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 crunch. Snow movement, da-da. Yes, off a royalty-free site. A hesitating, barely audible question. However, I recognize the owner of that daintily voice instantly, and we'll never know her name, but moving on. I feel my heart skip a beat. It's a voice I've listened to hundreds of times, but never as more than an eavesdropper to a conversation. No, we do. Do we? I turn to face this voice, the voice of my dreams, and my heart begins to race. Yeah, about that heart, yeah, What's this funny feeling in my chest? It must be love. Or is it... No, wait, it's definitely love. I wanna go... Right. No, that was there. Sorry, it's been so long I've forgotten the introduction. Thigh highs. Yep, That's... That's her face, it's thigh highs. I know we don't know what she looks like, though. That I do remember, this is it. Thigh highs in winter, Brave women in Japan. Or the US. US-Japan. Basically where this takes place. I got a note telling me to wait here. It was yours? Damn it, I spent all afternoon trying to come up with a good line, and that was the result. Not enough freedom. Not enough, it's very sad. Pathetic. Yeah, I asked a friend to give you that note. I'm so glad you got it. A shy, joyous smile that makes me so tense I couldn't move a single muscle even if I tried. Yes, what's this funny feeling in my chest? It must be love. It's definitely love. Steady now. My heart is pounding now, as if it were trying to burst from my chest and claim this girl for itself. I mean, relatable, but that's probably not what that is. No, that's just the heart palpitations. That's we're getting to that, but Yeah, yeah, just normal things. Normal growing boy things. Also cardiac arrest. Yep, Love is in the air, and that's also gonna it's also gonna need an ambulance. For me. So, here we are, out in the cold. Once again, the wind stirs up the branches. The cacophonous noise is music to my ears. That I can say properly. Iwanako flinches ever so softly against the gust of wind. As it passes, she rights herself, as if supported by some new confidence. Her eyes lock with mine, and she lazily twirls her long, dark hair around her finger. All the while, the anxious beating of my heart grows louder. My throat is tight. I doubt I could even force a word out if I tried. Yes, my throat is tight. My arm kind of hurts here. I can't really feel the left side of my face here. You see, I wanted to know if you'd go out with me. I stand there, motionless, save for my pounding heart. I wanted to say something in reply, but my vocal cords felt like they'd been stretched beyond the breaking point. Isao? I don't think it's love. It's definitely, probably not love. I reach up to try to massage my throat, but this only sends spikes of blinding pain along my arms. Isao? My whole body freezes, save for my eyes, which shoot open in terror. Isao! Well, that's it, folks. Wow, pretty short visual novel here. We're dead. I guess the wrong. I guess I should have shouldn't have clicked new game. It's a good one, 4chan. A bunch of autists got into a room and made an introduction to a visual novel that you really thought was going somewhere, but nope, we die in the introduction. Yep, well, yeah, that's it. Time to go home. Thank God this wasn't voice acted. I mean, it would have been interesting to see people try. However, yeah, no, this is fine the way it is. It probably would have been awful, but this visual novel survives because it's a nice piece of work. There were projects for it on YouTube. There were. Well, game over. Nice ending. 7 out of 10. Only had one ending. I mean, is there like a if we do New Game Plus, can we change the timeline here? Anyway. The beating in my chest suddenly stops. I go weak at the knees. The world around me, the canopy of bare branches, the dull winter sky, Iwanako running towards me, all these fade to black. A nice piece of work. The writer's barely disguised fetish. Hey, Raita made the initial concept art for this. So you know what? It's Raita's barely disguised fetish. That guy's basically loaded right now, so you know what? All good. The last things I remember before slipping away are the sounds of Iwanako screaming for help and the incessant clatter of the branches above. Next thing I know, I'm in another world, and I'm the hero. Yes, I'm being isekai'd to Brown University. Well, folks, we died there, but, well, you know how it works with me. We never really stay dead. We just kind of get back up later wondering what the fuck happened, and that's when the real adventure starts, right? This time it's no different. Well, maybe slightly different and I didn't write it, but still mostly equatable. Pretty on par for the show here. Yes, this game has cutscenes. Quite nice ones, too. Do you see the compliance built into that clock hand? That's wonderful animation right there. That's quality, man. People pay top dollar for that one, but this is made by a bunch of autists on fucking 4chan, which is why it's remembered so fondly. I mean that in the best way possible, but everybody who was on 4chan hears the word autist and thinks, yeah, okay, fuck you too, buddy. Hug. Fist bump. It's been 4 months since my heart attack. The world has changed. In that whole time, I can probably count the times I've left this hospital room unsupervised on one hand. 4 months is a pretty long time when you're left alone with your thoughts, so I've had plenty of time to come to terms with my situation. Arrhythmia. A strange word. A foreign, alien one. One that you don't want to be in the same room with, but unfortunately there's an arrhythmia inside me right now. Ah! Wait, no, don't get the blood pressure up too high. I might have another heart attack. You're pretty on. How's your Labor Day weekend going so far? Pretty okay, I guess? A rare condition. It causes the heart to act erratically on occasion, and on occasion beat way too fast. It can be fatal. Apparently, I've had it for a long time. They said it was a miracle that I was able to go on so long without anything happening. Is that really a miracle? I guess it was supposed to make me feel better, more appreciative of my life. Yeah, the life that's gone now, because as we'll see, yeah, none of that matters anymore. It really didn't do anything to cheer me up, and it never really will. My parents, I think, were hit harder by the news than I was. They practically had 2 hemorrhages apiece. I had already had a full day by then to digest everything. To them, it was all fresh. They were even willing to sell our house in order to pay for a cure. Of course, there isn't a cure. Of course. Yep. A crippling, life-altering condition? Cured, just like that? No, we can't do that. Then we wouldn't have a fucking visual novel. Come on, guys, think sensibly. Because of the late discovery of this condition, I've had to stay at the hospital to recuperate from the treatments. When I was first admitted, it felt as if I was missed. For about a week, my room in the ward was full of flowers, balloons, and cards. But the visitors soon dwindled, and all the get-well gifts began trickling down to nothing shortly after. As expected. I realized that the only reason I had gotten so many cards and flowers was because sending me their sympathy had turned into a class project. Yep! Absolutely hollow and forced. Maybe some people were genuinely concerned, but I doubt it. Even in the beginning, I barely had visitors. By the end of the first month, only my parents came on a regular basis. Yep. People are disappointing like that. Iwanako was the last to stop visiting. After 6 weeks, I never saw her again. We never had that much to talk about when she visited anyway. We didn't touch the subject that was between us on that snowy day ever again. The hospital? It's not really a place I'd like to live in. Yeah, especially in these situations. I have a nearly fatal, heart attack, discover I have a life-altering, crippling condition, and then I realized that no one at my school really gave 2 shits about me, and this girl that supposedly had all of these feelings for me, ducked out rather quickly. Well, yeah, I wouldn't want to be here either. The walls are painted with awful things. The doctors and nurses feel so impersonal and faceless. I guess it's because they are in a hurry and they have a million other patients waiting for them, but it makes me feel uncomfortable. For the first month or so, I asked the head cardiologist every time I saw him for a rough estimate of when I'd be able to leave. He never answered anything in a straightforward way, but told me to wait and see if the treatments and surgeries worked.
We can rebuild him. We have the technology. We have the capability to make the world's first bionic cripple.
We have $5! Thank you, Martin. Yes. Yes, we'll see if the $5 we put into your treatment, Hisao, worked out. Just give it some time. We need to run a couple more tests and see how it pans out. But thank you, Martin, for the $5. So I idly observed the scar that those surgeries had left in my chest slowly change its appearance over time, thinking of it as some kind of omen. I still asked the head cardiologist about leaving, but my expectations are low enough that now I'm not disappointed anymore when I don't get a reply. The way he shuffles around the answer shows that there's at least some hope. It's okay, stranger. I appreciate your donations and also the donations of viewers like you that keep me afloat here. Because holy dear Christ, we're going through an ordeal today, and that ordeal is this whole fucking game. At some point, I stopped watching TV. I don't know why, I just did. Wow, relatable. Maybe it was the wrong kind of escapism for my situation. I started reading instead. There was a small library at the hospital, although it was more like a storeroom for books. I began working my way through it, one small stack at a time. After consuming them, I would go back for more. I found that I liked reading, and I think I even became a bit addicted. I started feeling naked without books in my hands. But I loved the stories. That was what my life was like. The days become increasingly harder to distinguish from each other, differing only by the book I was reading and the weather outside. It felt like time blurred into some kind of gooey mass I was trapped inside instead of moving within. It's all right. I know a guy in Singapore who can get him a brand new blood pump. Can he get him like spring legs? I mean, we're straying directly more into Chronica here, but can we get some some enhancements and maybe there's a crackpot doctor out there that we can get some mutagen from. Maybe we can grow like maybe we can mutate the heart into two different hearts to balance the load there. Maybe, I don't know. I'm throwing ideas at a wall here. Become more Deus Ex. Also true. Become an augmented cripple. A week could go by without me really noticing it. Sometimes I'd pause in realization that I didn't know what day of the week it was. Sometimes, I mean, I used to remember. Maybe. I think. I'm not sure either when I forgot, I forgot, or it became difficult to tell what day of the week it was. But other times, all the things that surrounded me would painfully crash into my consciousness, through the barrier of nonchalance I had set up for myself. Sometimes I just ran out of "it is what it is." I pressed continued anyway. However, the supply of "it is what it is" it's getting very, very low. What day is it, Phonto? It's Sunday. I remember what day it is now, but I have to have something around my schedule. The pages of my book would start to feel sharp and burning hot, and the heaviness in my chest would become so hard to bear that I had to put the book aside, just lay down for a while, looking at the ceiling as if I was going to cry. But that happened only rarely, and I couldn't even cry. Today the doctor comes in and gives me a smile. He seems excited, but not very. It's like he's trying to make an effort to be happy on my behalf. My parents are here. It's been a few days since I've last seen them. Both of them are even sort of dressed up. Is this supposed to be some kind of special occasion? It's not a party. there is this ritual the head cardiologist has. He takes his time, sorting his papers, then setting them aside as if to make a point of the pointlessness of what he just did. Yes, we've got an announcement for you. We're setting you off to cripple boarding school. You're going to love it. When he casually sits down at the edge of the bed next to mine, he looks at me in the eyes for a moment. Hello, Hisao. How are you today? I don't answer him, but I smile back. But I smile a little back at him. I believe that you can go home. Your heart is stronger now, and with some precautions, you should be fine. I know what's coming. Martin knows what's coming. These words are going to be forgotten rather quickly. We have all your medication sorted out. I'll give your father the prescription. The doctor hands a sheet of paper to my dad, whose expression turns wooden as he reads it quickly. So many. Yes. A lot. The 6 million yen man. Well, Martin, you hear that the yen is tanking, so I think we're gonna have to make some compromises. I think we're gonna need more than 6 million yen. I take it from his hand and take a look myself, feeling numb. How am I supposed to react to this? Yes. Now, these are words. These are a lot of words. However, unfortunately, this entire scene is ruined for me from the one meme image where it just says anal, 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 anal. Maybe lubricant appears like once in the corner of the screen, covered up by more anal, 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 anal. The absurdly long list of medications staring back at me from the paper seems insurmountable. They all blend together into a sea of letters. Well, in a sea of letters. I don't know why my brain does that kind of editing. This is insane. Side effects, adverse effects, contraindictions, and dosages are listed line after line with cold precision. There you go. Yep, no, there's that. I try to read them, but it's so futile. I can't understand any of it. Attempting to only makes me feel sicker. All this for the rest of my life? Every day? Remember, again, anal, 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 anal. I'm afraid that is the best we can do at this point. However, new medications are always being developed, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that list fade over the years. Years? What kind of confidence booster is that? I'd have felt better if he hadn't said anything at all. Read bradycardia as brandycardia. Brandy of the lungs. Yes, Also, I've spoken to your parents, and we believe it would be best if you don't return to your own school. What? Please calm down, Hisao. Listen to what the doctor has to say. Calm down? The way he says it tells me full well that I wouldn't like it. Am I going to be homeschooled? Whatever of my concern shows, it's ignored. We all understand that your education is paramount. However, I don't think that it's wise for you to be without supervision. At least, not until we're sure that your medication is suitable. So I've spoken to your parents about a transfer. It's a school called Yamaku Academy that specializes in dealing with disabled students. Disabled? What? Am I? Yes. It has a 24-hour nursing staff, and it's only a few minutes from a highly regarded general hospital. The majority of students live on the campus. Yes, we're shipping you off to cripple boarding school. Think of it as a boarding school of sorts, as I just said. It's designed to give students a degree of independence while keeping them nearby. So no, the illusion of independence. Yeah, a staff and a full one guy who spends most of his attention on one patient in particular and her incredibly endowed mother. Uh-huh. Independence? It's a school for disabled kids. Don't try to disguise that fact. Yes, it is. If it was really that free, there wouldn't be a 24-hour nursing staff, and you wouldn't make a hospital being nearby a selling point. Of course, that's only if you want to go, but your mother and I aren't really able to homeschool you. We went out there and had a look a couple of weeks back. I think you'd like it. It looks like I don't really have a choice. Compared to other heart problems, people with your condition usually tend to live long lives. You'll need a job one day, and this is a good opportunity to continue your education. Yes! Yes, unfortunately, your condition isn't life-threatening or crippling enough. You're still going to have to carry some heavy loads your life, sonny boy, so you better find a good woman for your arm and find yourself a career. And I know just the place! This isn't an opportunity. Don't call it an opportunity. Don't call it a goddamn opportunity. No, it is not an opportunity. Nope, no it is not. Well, actually it is, but not for the things that they're saying. Well, maybe it is, but also it's... We're gonna have to step down here. Just crippled enough to live a life of misery, but not enough for government assistance. Well, there's probably some government assistance involved, but it's probably not an excuse to literally never really do anything and live on, you know, cripple bucks for the rest of your life. Well, you should be excited at the chance to go back to school. I remember you wanted to return to school. And while it's not the same one, I wanted to return to my school so that I could, you know, go and have that relationship that I was about to have. That all seemed so nice. That, you know, that thing that was gonna happen, you know, that road that I was about to walk on over there, that looked like a nice road now. Where'd that road go? I can't see it anymore. Doc, is there something wrong with my eyes, too? A special school, that's an insult. That is what I want to say. It's a step down. Yeah, it kind of is, but we have to accept the fact that I have a heart condition, but I don't want to, goddammit! It's not what you think. All the students there are pretty active in their own sort of way. It's geared towards students that can still get around and learn, but just need a little help, in one way or another. Your father's right. And many of the graduates of the school have gone on to do amazing things. A person doesn't have to be held back from their disability. Held back by their disability. You know, just right now. Just right now, and then maybe years afterwards. One of my colleagues in another hospital is a graduate. I don't care. A person doesn't have to be held back by their disability. That's what a disability is. Entirely true. Oh, well, hello, Sharklet. You're just in time for Cripple Hour. Sleep Demon got hands. I lost a fight. Well, come along to Cripple Hogwarts, young lady. We're gonna go on a magical adventure about women with, well, disfiguring disabilities and horrible emotional problems. But, well, we're gonna be picking one of the lighter ones. For the most part. I really hate that something so important was decided for me, but what can I do about it? Normal life is out of the question now. Yep, that's a ship sailing over the horizon. It's funny, I always had the thought my life was actually kind of boring. But now I miss it. Well, actually, what I actually miss was the, the possibility of that thing that was about to happen. That nice high school romance experience that was literally right in front of me, right before I had a fucking heart attack in the woods. My life probably was actually kind of boring, but at that moment it looked like it was going somewhere, and then, and it's gone. Are you only coming through in waves? Their lips moves, but I don't want to hear what the fuck they're saying right now. When I was a child, I had a heart attack. I want to protest. I want to blame this lack of reaction on shock or fatigue. I could easily yell out something now, something about how I could go back to school anyway, but no, I don't say anything. The fact is that I know it's futile. I look around the room, feeling very tired of all this. The hospital, the doctors, my condition, everything. I don't see anything that would make me feel any different. There really isn't a choice. I know this, but the thought of going to a disabled school, what are those even like? As much as I try to put a positive spin on this, it's very difficult. Yes, it is, but we're going to have a wonderful time in Cripple Hogwarts. And hello, Dew on the Grass. We're going to have a wonderful, wonderful time. I know, because I've been there many years ago. See that with the Shenmue gif where many years ago I was Chinese, but now I am Japanese. But yet many years ago I was crippled, but now I'm healthy. That's somewhat more believable. But let me try. A clean slate isn't a bad thing, but I liked the way that last seed was going. Can we go back to that previous seed? Getting an entirely new one isn't necessarily a bad thing, but what if I liked where the other one was going? I mean, the girl was wearing pretty nice thigh highs. We're not really sure exactly what was going on anywhere else, but thigh highs girl seemed like a pretty good waifu. That did look like it was going somewhere, but the fact of the matter is that the fact that she ducked out after 6 weeks, it's probably not a good sign either, maybe. That is all I can think of to get me through this. At least I still have something, even if it's a special school for special people. It's something. It's a fresh start, and my life isn't over. It would be a mistake to just resign myself to thinking that. Well, Hisao, I'm glad you're more rational than most people would be in this situation. At the very least, I'll try to see what my new life will look like. Sorry. With special hearts. Yes. A very special zone for very special people. Act 1, life expectancy, is rather short if you happen to fuck up everything. However, that will not be required. Oh hey, an achievement. The gate looked far too pompous for what it was. In fact, gates in general seem to do that, but this one especially so. Red bricks, black wrought iron, and gray plaster assembled into a whole that didn't feel welcoming at all. Welcome to Brown University, Rhode Island, folks. Yep, there it is. Congratulations, you've been isekai'd to Rhode Island. I wondered if it looked like what a gate for a school should look like, but I couldn't really decide. Probably no. Of course, I didn't want to get stuck on thinking about the gate for too long, so I entered through it with a brisk pace that felt surprisingly good. Moving forward feels good. Life expected to be determined. So I walked towards the main building of Yamaku Academy. With this brisk pace, I'm alone. With this brisk pace, sorry, didn't notice the period there. I'm alone, as my parents are taking my stuff to the dorms, and there's supposed to be someone waiting for me. The grounds are incredibly lush, filled with green. It's rather desaturated in these images, but moving on. It doesn't feel like the kind of grounds a school would have. More like a park with a clean walkway going past trees and the smell of fresh cut grass and all other park-like things. You see, this is what happens when we get government aid. The words clean and hygienic pop into my mind. It makes me shudder. I shake them off. Stay open-minded. Now, it's your new life. You have to take it as it comes. That's what I tell myself, and I don't believe it for a fucking second. A few big buildings loom behind the leafy canopies. Too big and too many for just a school. Everything seems off. It's different from what I thought I knew about schools. It's an uncanny valley. Even though I was told this is my new school, in the back of my head, it doesn't feel like one. I wonder if the feeling is real or caused by my expectations of a school for the disabled. Speaking of that, I don't see anyone here. It's kind of eerie. Man, if this was really America, it'd look like a prison. Yeah, I went to an inner city, you know, every school in New York. I know what those look like. They're basically fucking prisons. Makes me wish there was somebody here so I could anchor myself to something tangible instead of having this feeling that I stepped into another dimension. But yes, no, Hisa, you've been isekai'd. Welcome to Rhode Island. Looks like a community college. Because it is! The trees hum with the wind and green hues flashing all around me catch my attention. It makes me think about hospitals again. How they say that the operating rooms are painted green because green is a common color. So why am I feeling so anxious despite all this greenery? It's because you're thinking about it. Brown is Ivy League. Oh, okay. So it's a rich kid place. So it is Cripple Hogwarts. Only after I stand in front of the haughty main building, I surprise myself by realizing why the gate bothered me. It was the last chance I had to turn back, even if I had no life I could return to. But still, after entering, there was absolutely no way I could go back anymore. I mean, yes you could, but of course, obviously, the fact is that I'm never going to be able to go back there, so there's no point. There never was a point. Feeling nervous with this realization set in my head, I open the front door. Oh, dear Lord. A tall man with bad posture notices me as I enter. We're the only people in the lobby, so it's only logical. You must be Nikki. Kinda, yes, but also no. Nakai. So you are. Excellent. I'm your homeroom and science teacher. My name is Muto? Yeah, so my first name is Nicholas, so you can kind of see how that went. Also, by the way, I played this as one of the first visual novels I actually took seriously, and I went in going, okay, I'm gonna play this as me as much as I possibly can. And so, I'm being called out indirectly. Moving on. Welcome. We exchange a handshake that is neither firm nor sloppy, and he looks at his watch. The head nurse asked you for a brief check-in visit, but there's no time for that now. Oh, should I go later? Yes, afternoon is probably fine. We should get going and introduce you to the rest of the class. They're waiting already. But did you die? Did you die? I nearly died. we'll get to that one, because, of course, being me, I made choices that I would make myself, and this gets me exactly where you think it gets me, but it isn't the roof. Waiting for me. I don't really like being the center of attention, but I guess it's inevitable in a situation like this. Somehow, not knowing what is waiting for me makes me feel really nervous. Somehow. Our character says the most obvious things in the world. Thinking of this, I almost miss what the teacher is saying. Do you want to introduce yourself to the class? I can't remember what I picked here, but, See, young me had yet to develop here, so I would have probably picked this option, but me now, knowing that I could slam, that sometimes you just need to slam your head through the fucking problems to get them over with, would pick this one? So, I can't really remember, but I know what major choices I'm making, and they're gonna be rather simple. Most of my choices will be identical to the first time I played this game. See, I have a hankering to go about this as Usarian. What difference does it make? But, okay, so, yeah, sure. Hey! Hey, in tune. I mean, isn't that normal? Of course, but not everyone likes to be the center of attention. I'm probably one of those people, but I guess I should be the one to give the first impression myself. Right, but it's no problem. Let's go then. My heart is pounding in my chest. Yeah, that's kind of bad. And it keeps me thinking about my condition as I follow the teacher up the stairs. Yeah, that's bad for that to be happening now. The third door down the third floor corridor is marked as the classroom for class 3-3. 3-3-3-3. Uto opens the door and enters. Oh god. Dear god, that painting! God, I haven't seen it in years! Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry I'm late. I hesitate for a split second at the door, freezing on the spot. Ah, get a grip. This is a big step, I know that, but there isn't any point to worrying so much about it. At least not so soon, or this soon. These schmucks again. Come on down to Cripple Hogwarts. We've got Male Haruhi. What's her fucking name? Budget Archwade. Hanako. A girl who doesn't have a route. I follow the teacher into the classroom and look around, partially so I won't have to meet the curious gaze of my new classmates. It's pretty spacious. The ceiling is unusually high, and there's lots of space left over around and in between the desks. An entire wall taken up by blackboards at the high old-fashioned, and the high old-fashioned windows only make it seem larger. The students' desks are just standard wooden desks with with a shelf underneath for books and wooden chairs with metal frames. Simple and efficient. Bare desks. And yes, Japanese Van Gogh. All right, Van Gogh. Right, can't forget Van Gogh there. He's the only other eye-catching design in this room. I stop walking in front of the classroom and face the other students. They all look normal, like students in any other school, but then why would they be here? Oh no. It's that woman. Oh no. Oh no, it's that other woman. Oh no. Those two are trouble. You walk into a classroom and you see this, you know you got trouble, mister. They're probably like me and have something wrong with them. Yeah, Only it's just not immediately obvious. Then I noticed that one of the girls seemed to be missing the thumb of her right hand. It's a little jarring. Despite the natural tendency to listen when someone's talking to you, I tune out the teacher's speech halfway through while he introduces me to the class. I notice a flash of dark hair and see that someone is looking at me. A girl with really long, straight hair that is pretty eye-catching. As she sees me looking back at her, she covers her face with her hands as if it will make her invisible. There is one boy with a cane leaning against the lockers at the rear of the class. It's weird seeing someone so young with a cane. Another girl seems to be making some weird hand motions. Sign language? She peers at me over the rims of her glasses, then goes back to whatever she's doing. She's kind of cute, so is the cheery-looking girl with pink hair sitting next to her. Hisao, you do not know what things you are about to step into. She's really hard to miss. I don't know how I didn't notice her the moment I walked in. Tunnel vision, clearly. Please welcome our newest classmate. He claps his hands, and so does everyone else, except for the girl in the front row who only has one hand. Yes, that brown girl who doesn't actually have a route. It's kind of an Easter egg, but she doesn't actually have a route. I cringe a little, but hide it by bowing in thanks for this applause I did not deserve. A collective silence tells me that I should open my mouth now. So, I'm Hisao Nakai. And after that, my hobbies are reading and soccer. I hope to get along well with everyone even though I'm a new student. And after that, I'm being so boring. This is exactly like every self-introduction ever. I should say something more exciting. I end up saying nothing, and the teacher picks up from there. Tell him about your cripple fetish, Nakai. Everyone seems to be satisfied, even with what little I said, though. A few girls are whispering to each other, throwing glances at me. It could have gone worse. I listen to the teacher as he drones about getting along while letting my gaze sweep across the classroom. Everyone seems to be listening to him intently, and when he's done, they clap their hands again, which feels like a weird thing to do. The first row girl claps on this round with her one hand against her other wrist that ends in a bandaged stump. It makes me feel a little bad. We're going to be doing some group work today, so that'll give you the chance to talk with everyone. Is that okay with you? Yeah, it's fine with me. Yeah, good, you're sitting with the deaf girl. Yes, you can talk. She can't hear you. That's good. You could work with Hakamichi. She's the class representative. She can explain anything you might want to know. And who else would be able to do that better, right? How could I know? Just popped in. How many heart attacks has the MC had yet? Just one. We're at heart attacks 1. Put it up on the board. The teacher passes out the day's assignments and announces that we will be working in groups of 3. It hits me that I don't know who Hakamichi is. Slow, the teacher seems to catch my helpless expression. Oh, right. Hakamichi is right there. Shizune Hakamichi. As he calls out her name, the cute bubbly-looking girl with bright pink hair and gold eyes waves her hand at me. I take a seat next to her by the window. Heart attack counter 1? Yep, we're gonna see that one go up. Hey, I guess you're Hakamichi, right? Nice to meet you. It's begun. Haha, hee hee, ho ho. What? I'm caught off guard by her laughter. It's nice to meet you too, but... I'm not Hakamichi. I'm Misha. This is Hakamichi. She-chan. Wahaha. Finally, it's time for something to waha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha about. Giggling, Misha points to the girl next to her, the one I saw using sign language before. It looks like she has been staring at me this whole time. She nods once nonchalantly to show that she acknowledges my presence, but only barely. She has short, yet carefully, neatly brushed hair, a pair of oval-shaped glasses balanced on the tip of a dainty nose, and dark blue eyes that seem to alternate every few seconds between analytical and slightly bored. It's nice to meet you. Blah, blank, blank. She immediately looks at Misha, who smiles and makes a few quick gestures with her hands. Hakamichi nods and makes a few gestures of her own. I start to wonder if the teacher was messing with me, saying things like, you'll be able to talk to people, and who better to explain things to you? Yep, Yes, he was. That bastard. I can see you're a little confused, right? But I understand why you would think I was Shi-chan. Shi-chan is deaf, so I'm the person who translates things back and forth for her. I'm like an interpreter. She says it's nice to meet you too. You're the new student, aren't you? Well, Shi-chan. Of course he is. If he wasn't, he would have been standing up there for no reason, right? Sorry, reading comprehension today. So are any of these girls actual autists? Well, no, but we have at least one paranoid schizophrenic in the building. He seems like a very interesting person, doesn't he? We knew there was going to be a new student, but we didn't know you would be here today so soon, He-chan, right? He-chan? Yes, Fondo being dyslexic, yes. Selectively dyslexic. I'll take the schizo, please. Yeah, Who wants to tell him about Kenji? Yep, it fits, doesn't it? Yep, I'm being assigned nicknames by the student council already. Did I say it out loud? It's just a surprise. I've never liked that nickname. I don't really see how. It fits. You look just like I imagined. Uh-huh. Ah-ha-ha. Ah-ha-ha-ha. Yeah, you look just like a He-chan. What does a He-chan look like? I wonder why everyone seems to think so. Hakamichi taps her fingers on the desk to get Misha's attention. They gesture back and forth to each other excitedly, their hands a blur. Misha seems a little overwhelmed. Sorry about that. Shichen wants you to know that she's the class rep, so if there is anything you need to know, you can feel free to ask her. Do you like the school so far? We can show you around a little if you haven't had the time to walk around and familiarize yourself with it. That's... well, that's partially translated, so right. The stilting there is actually intentional. Familiarize, yes, Isha stumbles with the hard word a bit, making it stick out in her otherwise fluid translation. Yeah, that's intentional. Whoops, I'm accidentally reading correctly. Thanks, that would be pretty helpful. Yeah, I just kind of came straight to class today. Haha, hee hee, ho ho. Misha laughs again. It won't be the last time. That's no good. You should always try to learn as much as you can about where you're going before you go there. Not just with the school, either. Always, even if it's a trip to the convenience store, right, Chi-chan? Haha, see, wasn't the last time. Learn about where you're going? I guess I didn't bother to do that, or just didn't care enough to do so. No, I'll learn on the job. Yo, I'm new at this cripple thing, but I'll pick it up as I go, right? I didn't look forward to this, even if I committed myself to go along with it. Half-assedly, but anyway. I don't say anything, and Misha signs something that ends in a shrug. What was that? It seems like it was about me. I feel like slumping over in my seat. Both of them are smiling, but that shrug hit me unexpectedly deeply. You look down, are you okay? Don't take it the wrong way, please. I hate it when people are afraid to ask questions. That's how people learn things, by asking. And you get to interact with me, Misha. What else could you want? Asking for help is perfectly normal, as much as needing help. So stop looking like you just failed a test. Wahaha, first wahaha. It has begun. The W has officially entered the ha-ha-ha. All right. And another thing. You don't have to call Shi-chan something so formal like Hakamichi or class rep all the time. Just call her Shi-chan. Music stops. Aha, okay, maybe that's too casual. Maybe Shizune would be more appropriate. Pick it up as I go. Why was that why the fuck was that clip worthy? But yes, I'm going to pick it up as I go. How hard could it be? I'm only crippled. Yep, Shizune's fine. Heh, okay. That would be a lot easier for me. I feel a lot more at ease. Both of them seem so friendly. So I feel like an idiot for being so apprehensive earlier, especially about Shizune, who I assumed would be all business. Well, she is, but you can't hear her talk. Well, she still seems like that, just less so, I guess. Huh? Alright, we haven't even touched the assignment. We should start work now, or Shi-chan will get mad. The assignment is kind of long, so we should start now if we want to finish it before the end of class. Wahaha, 2 wahaha. That too. The second wahaha has entered the building. Shizune glares at the two of us impatiently. I don't need to know sign language to understand that. Okay, I get the message. After class, we can take a walk around the grounds together. It's a nice day today, okay? The assignment is actually very challenging to get through, combining aspects of being both difficult and unnecessarily long. What was it about? Who gives a shit? Halo Elite Wa. Wart. What say thee, goon? Port or spiced apple wine? Apple wine. That sounds interesting. Still, we finish it a few minutes earlier than anyone else in the class. Despite our late start, Shizune and Misha are really capable. And now we're going to get flashbanged by the student council, which is going to seem really awkward based on where we're going, where it just kind of abruptly stops, but this is what happens when we go down a certain route and make certain decisions. They're quite different, though. The class rep is as calm and professional as she looks, while Misha is a lot more playful and girlish, not to mention a little more easily distracted. To be honest, the two of them did most of the work. I feel guilty about that. Alright, now where are the fucking cicadas beatboxing in the distance? Come on, complete the image. The clock tower bells ring, signaling the end of the period. Time for lunch. See, my school's had a bell too, but it wasn't actually a fucking bell. It was a fucking atonal blaring sound over the goddamn loudspeakers. It's not summer yet, dude. Well, it's spring-ish right now. If we take winter, dead of winter, and then plus 4 months, we're somewhere in spring by the looks of things outside. Yeah, same. Yeah, it's kind of sad, right? Maybe that's why we liked anime so much. Their high schools looked so much more interesting. And, there was a lot more sex going around. Anyway. There's a fucking picture. I swear to fucking God, I wasn't ready to see that again. Without knowing what else to do, I follow Misha, who is beckoning me into the hallway and down the stairs. Japanese schools get nice melodies from our classes. Sex in my cripple game? It's more likely than you think. Oh, it's incredibly likely. 100% likely, in fact. Well, 99.1%, because there definitely is a way to not get any sex whatsoever, and it's rather unfortunate. However, we don't have to worry about that eventuality. Meanwhile, American students are manning battle stations. Yeah, no, it's basically just a general quarters alarm. We descend even below the lobby where I met Muto, down to the bottom floor. Just like everything in this school, the cafeteria seems too spacious and oddly modern in contrast to the classic interior. Its big windows open to the courtyard towards the main gate. It's the cafeteria! Her enthusiastic statement of the obvious makes people around us stare, but Misha doesn't seem to care, so we proceed to the line. She does this every day. There is a rather long list of menu options, which seems great until I realize that many of them are to accommodate students who need special diets. How nice, it almost feels like I'm back at the hospital, eating portions measured with scientific precision to meet the needs of the patients. I pick something at random and follow Shizune to the table, sitting opposite of her. I nibble indifferently at the food I'd rather not eat. Misha pokes me in the side to get my attention and points to Shizune. I don't understand sign, so the point escapes me. Maybe looking at the person who talks to you is proper and polite? Do you want to know something? What? About anything. We're your guides, so you should ask if there is something. I wonder. Book. I don't want to know about anything. Yeah, so you're deaf as a post, right? I still remember that fucking meme. Yeah, yep, it's coming back. Yep, yep, nope, yep, unsubtle he's out. Yep. We're not going to do that, because young me wouldn't have done that either. I think I may have skipped this, but at least, let's play along here and ask about the library, I suppose, for, being a little bit more what of Hisao is. But remember, we're not Hisao. Hisao's me. Even young me wasn't a complete dipshit. Right, so we'll ask about the library. Hisao want book. Book! Oh, yeah. Is there a library in the school? Lately I've gotten into reading a lot, so I'd like to check it out. Misha gives the kind of frown that makes it clear she doesn't consider reading a healthy hobby, but then picks up her smile again. There is. It's in the second floor. We can show it to you sometime. Thanks. Just books? What a nerd. I return to my food while the girls talk between themselves. Misha and Shizune sign back and forth very animatedly, throwing sideways glances at me, but Misha refrains from translating. Maybe they're talking about secret girl stuff or something. Well, they're definitely talking about secret girl stuff. Note that Hisao never mentions what kind of books. Well, yes, because if they're not important, you wouldn't really have them in the story anyway, so you wouldn't mention them by name unless they were incredibly important. There is a school of thought where you remove all unnecessary things from a story, not to bloat a scene or the entire book. Like, for example, telling us that there's a large menu in the school is important to further articulate the point that it's a cripple school for crippled people. They have special needs, and this is what, this is an important note to actually put there. What's actually on the menu and even what Hisao is eating right now, however, is actually unimportant details. So that's why we don't hear any of that. I quickly notice a conversation in sign is not enough to fill a silence. We arrived in the classroom early, but we're not the first. The dark-haired girl I noticed before is slumped over her desk at the last row. Yep, there's Hanako. Yep. She jumps a little when Misha crashes into the room with the elegance of a rhino. That is also just Misha. She shrinks deeper into her seat. I can feel her tension all the way from here, as if she were slowly turning into stone just from our presence. Misha and Shizune either don't notice or don't mind, as they walk directly past her to their seats and begin to converse. I'm left wondering about her, even when the classroom slowly fills with other students, and finally the teacher. Now, I can remember about this point that I was also almost on the Hanako train, but of course, this is because the way they set up Hanako is the most cliched thing in the fucking world. This is, hey, that mysterious girl back there! That's the romance, clearly! Unfortunately, we don't go that way, but some other people did. But, of course, that's an important thing to mention, I suppose, because everyone was there. War Thunder and Cripple fucking. Yes, yes, what are you here for? This one's deaf. All right, this one's lost a leg. This one has a speech impediment. What about you? What are you here for? Crippling addiction. To what? War Thunder. Ah. Getting into the rhythm of the school feels strange. It's as if my brain remembers how this is done, but my body doesn't. Towards the end of the class, I start yawning and counting the minutes left. I shouldn't be this tired on my first day of school. Maybe it's the long time spent in the hospital that made me like this. I'm even feeling physically weak and lifeless. Before long, the final bell rings. Again, how nice. School is finally over for today. So when's the next anal thunder stream? When there's actually something to do, which I suppose is next patch. More quickly, though, the patch for World of Warships is coming out next week, so well, actually this week. So we're probably gonna play on patch day when the new patch drops, and we can play tier 10 PvE. Or whether, 9 2 super ships, even though I don't have super ships right now, but we're gonna be playing the Kearsarge because I need money, and it's about time I got use out of the damn thing. Beside me, Misha and Shizune are having a short conversation. After a bit of deliberation, Misha turns to me. Unfortunately, we can't stay and show you around today, Hichan. We've got to hurry already, since there is a lot of work for us to do. You'll find your way around here, I'm sure of it. Ah, wait, the teacher said I have to see the nurse. Where do I have to go? Is that so? Well, we can at least show you that much. Come on. The nurses have their own building, so we have to go outside. We join the flow of students making their way down the stairwell and outside, with the girls pointing out other senior classrooms in the same hallway as ours. When we get outside, the girls make their way to the smaller building right next to the school. It's built in the same style, so it looks like it's actually part of the main building. This is the auxiliary building here. There's a lot of official and important stuff inside, like the Yamaku Foundation office and all the nurses' office. They even have a swimming pool. How is that official? Don't be silly, Ichan. It's for physical therapy, of course. Anyway, all the nursing staff facilities are in there, too. The head nurse's office is on the first floor. You'll be fine from here, right? We'll be going then. See you tomorrow. Yeah, thanks, bye. A whole building for stuff that has nothing to do with the actual education. Well, it's kind of necessary here. We can't have this jam-packed into all the education parts here. I guess it's necessary for a place like this. Ah, yes, the fucking castle halls. Ah, yes, the vaults. God damn, I forgot these two. Ah, yes, the vaults of the sanitarium. I walk in, hoping that this really will be only a quick visit like the teacher said. On a white door on the left is a green cross with the text head nurse and a nameplate. A voice from the inside responds to my knock almost immediately, but I can't quite make it out. It sounded a bit like an invitation to open the door, so I invite myself further in. Yeah, a throwback to the less kind time for this facility. Yes, when it was an insane asylum. Ah, yes, happy kids in an insane asylum. But you see, that's happy kids, insane asylum. No, that's Limbus Company. We have that now. That's different now. The room is not large and it smells strange. A friendly-looking man turns around on his office chair to face me as I enter. The monitor. Yeah, what's going on with... Oh, dear God, that's Windows XP. I recognize that taskbar. I don't know what's going on with the monitor over there, but... Actually, it's got the start button in the center. What nonsense is this? What, Martin? Are you looking at the monitor? Look at the tower. That looks a little funny. But, I mean, floppy drive. We're definitely gonna be slotting some we're gonna have like 14 megabytes of feels here. Yep, this is definitely a, turn of the century computer here. Mm-hmm. Yes, the standard floppy drive that's built into the pre-built case. 14 megabytes of floppy. Yes. His desk is neat and tidy, but the bin under the table is overflowing with used medical utensils, and there are at least a dozen coffee cup rings lingering on the desk. Hello there. What can I do for you today? Yes. The nurse. The nurse and his fucking, like, Ace Combat Hangar theme. Dude runs the equipment screen before mission. He is young-looking and sort of rugged, but the dimples in his cheeks wash that impression away when he smiles. Are you the nurse? He smiles like a person who has heard this very same question 100 times. Why, yes, I am. It says so on the door, no? You can call me by my name or just the nurse, like everyone else. Of course, I shake off my confusion, realizing I should probably grab his extended hand. His handshake is rather firm and friendly. Right, I'm a new student and my homeroom teacher told me to come and meet you. My name is Hisao Nakai. His eyes light up with a revelation and he snaps his fingers. Revelation and snaps his fingers. Oh, you're that Nakai. I was just reading your file in the morning. Some kind of chronic arrhythmia and related congenital heart muscle deficiency, right? Yep, heart's fucked. So did staff fuck the cripples as well? No, this isn't Blue Archive. Speaking of which, they're releasing a new visual novel, by the way. It's apparently 18 plus. Maybe we'll go have a look at that later. Yo, if it gets translated. It's apparently coming out this year, though. He gestures me to sit down in a vacant armchair in front of his desk. Yes. Good. Well, you've probably been briefed about the school enough, so I'll just go over this quickly. We have all kinds of facilities available, mostly physical therapy and such. There's always someone from my staff around, even at night, so never hesitate to call us if there's a problem. The famous 24-hour nursing staff. Wow, this is like a hospital. Well, not exactly. For instance, we don't do brain surgery here. This joke feels so out of place that I'm left thinking why he even said it. Maybe that in itself is the humor in it. Yeah, just that it's really weird to have so many medical people around at a school. You'll get used to it. I'm not so sure of that myself, but I don't let the nurse know it. Now, let me just find your file again. While he searches for something from his computer and shuffles stacks of papers around, I let my gaze wander around the room. It's the epitome of generic, I'd say. It looks exactly like a doctor's office. or rather, as you would say, certain authors would say, the room itself looks exactly like you'd imagine a doctor's office looks, and then has to say no more. Your imagination is doing the rest. Beige walls and ceiling, dark gray laminate flooring, and all the equipment you'd expect from a school nurse's office. Even the ridiculous educational posters are hanging on all 4 walls, reminding me to eat properly 3 times a day and from all the food groups. Ah, yes, the food pyramid, which is totally bullshit as we now know, but we're still in the meme here where that makes any sort of sense whatsoever. Smiling, the nurse draws a thick file from a stack of similarly thick files and opens it. So, you already have medication for arrhythmia. Just remember to take your pills every morning and evening, or it won't help. It won't be much help. Apart from that, do you do any sports? Rash stuff like, I don't know, boxing? He grins to his own joke, but I don't. Funny. Well, I played soccer occasionally with some classmates. Right, I'm afraid I'm going to have to recommend you refrain from doing that. At least for the time being. Oh. My lack of reaction makes him raise an eyebrow. But really, I'm not too bothered by him forbidding me to kick a ball around. No, can't do that. I guess I never did it out of burning passion for the sport, just to have something to do. Any kind of concussion might be very dangerous to your heart, and risking another attack is not a good idea. Was the previous one caused by a sudden concussion to the chest area? There is no mention of the cause in your papers. Not exactly. I sidestep the question acceptably, and he glances at me over his papers, with a more serious expression on his face. Still, you need to keep your body healthy, so some exercise would do you good. We have physical therapy and such available, as I said, but I don't think you really need such heavy measures. Just get some light exercise regularly. Brisk walks or even light jogging, jumping rope, that sort of thing. Swimming, maybe? There's a pool here. So I was told. You were very good. At any rate, and I'm sure you've been told this before, you just need to take care not to overexert yourself. Take care not to overexert yourself. More words, quickly forgotten. He wags his finger to emphasize the point. No need, really. I've heard this 1,000 times already. Absolutely no unnecessary risks. Take care of yourself. Okay. He goes over my papers one more time and sets them on the desk, obviously content. Good. That's it then. Come meet me if you ever need something. I'm ushered out before I even realize it. A quick visit, indeed. I end up standing in front of the main building and the auxiliary building, although, to my eyes, they still look one and the same. It's the first real look I get at the other students, so I watch people coming out of the school, going towards the gate or the dorms. Everyone seemed to know where they were going. And I still keep thinking that most of them don't look too special for being students at a special school. Then again, neither do I. Does that make me one of them? One of us? One of us, cripple fuckers. One of us. Cripple fuckers are us. One of us! I should go somewhere, too, to prevent me getting lost. It's around dinner time, but I feel tired instead of hungry. The weariness in me only grows as I trudge towards the dorms, set a little way apart from the main building complex. There is a garden of sorts between the school and the dorms. Shrubbery, flowers, and that overbearing smell of fresh cut grass that fills the atmosphere. It dawns on my tired mind that the smell feels novel because I haven't been outside at all for so long. The dorm building is big and made of red brick. Like the others, it feels way too pompous for what it is, so I push forward going inside. The fucking mural will be back here. It takes more time than necessary to fish out the keys I was given from my pocket. Room 119. Despite the ornate exterior, the inside of the dorm is fairly new, functional, and boring. Just like in the main building, the halls and doors are wide to accommodate wheelchairs. The same goes for the elevators at the ends of the hallways. I poke my head around the corner of the common room door. Inside, a few students are watching the television. One nods and gives a quick hello before turning back to the TV. Seems that only the girls around here are sociable. I guess that's perfectly fine with me. I climb the stairs to the upper floor. Here, small corridors branch off from the main hallway. Each of these minor halls seems to have a toilet and shower, as well as 4 rooms. About halfway down the hall, I spy room 119. The nameplates on the room adjacent to mine are blank. I guess there are just 2 of us here. Light shines from below the door of room 117, so I knock lightly. Hello, is anyone home? From inside, I hear a few movements, then the clicking of way more locks than I thought these doors had. After a moment, the door squeaks open. Ah, yes. It's that kid. A bespectacled boy is standing in the doorway. He is looking at me very intently through his extremely thick eyeglasses as I stare back with my extremely thick eyeglasses. However, one of us is somewhat rational with some problems. The other one is absolutely blitheringly insane, but is actually more right than he had any right to be, as the years so proved. But that's this is number 2 on the flight here. Who is it? Blind? No, at least not completely. Why would he have eyeglasses if he was? Conspiracy theorist Harry Potter. Yo, buddy, find any borders? You know, the borders are manned by feminists, right? You know, that's how they keep the divisions between people, right? They're feminist propaganda. Again, he's only the way he is because he coomed once and went full General Ripper. But no, shh. He leans closer to me until our noses are almost touching. His breath stinks of garlic. He's Sao Nakai. I'm moving into the next room. I thought I should introduce my... His face suddenly brightens in realization, and he stands back upright, thrusting his hand out in a smiling greeting, almost straight into my diaphragm. Oh, sup, dude. The name's Kenji. Yep, it's Kenji. Ah, hi. I take Kenji's sweaty hand and shake it, still a little rattled by the sudden change of attitude and vehement welcome. There were some suspicious-looking people going in and out of your room earlier. It was probably my parents. Your parents? You sure? Because they could have been some other people too. You can't judge a book by its cover. Yeah, it could have been the Stasi, kind of, looking around the place, man. You can't be too careful, man. I've seen some shit, man. His out of place proverb is left hanging between us awkwardly as I try to think of some way to respond. Yep, that's how Kenji does things. Kenji saw beyond the wall. I'd say chances are high enough. He shudders and makes some exaggerated hand gestures. You're a brave man, Hisa. Me, I don't think I can trust the chances. The only one I trust is myself. Does that mean I shouldn't get to know you either? He thinks about this for a while. A wise decision. Reminder, I only found KS only because of a meme image of Kenji in a YouTube review. Yep, Damn, you're smarter than you look. Probably. What do you look like? I hope not smart. He squints his eyes and leans closer again, but I lean backwards to dodge it. Never mind, it doesn't matter. With that, he turns, fumbles around for a moment in search of the door handle, and shuts the door behind him. Yep. And that's Kenji. That's number 2 on the flight out there. Yep. Most reliable wingman we've ever known. He was more right about the war than anyone had any right to assume. Not exactly, but you know, a lot of problems we have today in the world actually descends from the rather loud and militant feminism that was going on in the early 2000s. We kind of just escalated from that to the whole, you know, gender politics and identity politics thing on the back of feminism, really. That was that before we got to identity politics, and it's, you know, with adult eyes I see very clearly, yeah, no, he would have been right, or he would have been never at a loss for shit to say. God damn it, Kenji. Most missiles splashed than any other pilot ever. He's even shot down a couple. Kenji would have gone full Dracula flow by 2020. Could you imagine Kenji in the fucking COVID pandemic? He would have been blitheringly insane. He also would have been wearing like 4 masks. Or he would have been someone not wearing a mask. Maybe you gotten in trouble for it, and then, well, just screaming about, you know, how the feminists were trying to, you know, infect the air with sterilization drugs or some shit like that. No, that'd be Kendrick. So he's more right than he should be, but not entirely right. He's still Kendrick. It's just an odd coincidence. As they say, a broken clock is right twice a day. Jesus, Katawa Shoujo 2 Kenji would be unhinged, but it's nice that we only have one, and it exists in the time that it exists in, and no more. Not everything has to be ruined by being dragged along through current events. It's just nice to see that there were some things that were totally unrelated to literally everything, right? This is why this visual novel is special in itself. It's something nice, far nicer than you would have expected from its humble beginnings. But also, on top of that, it's a nice thing that exists in a small, you know, seemingly landlocked time. It's preserved as it is. I slide the key into the lock of the door marked 119. Bleak beige walls, white linen, a desk made of some type of light wood, ugly curtains. It's no one's room, impersonal, like my hospital room was. My bags are sitting at the foot of my bed, looking a lot emptier than they did this morning. The closet is sitting open, stocked with my clothes. Also, it seems that there are a number of school uniforms hanging there as well. A note is pinned on the sleeve of one of my shirts. Hi, Hee-chan. We've unpacked your things and made your bed. They said that if these don't fit, then you should go to the office tomorrow. If you have any problems, you can always call us. Love, Mom and Dad. And thus they were never seen ever again. Man, I can't wait to lay out a cripple on that tweet. Same, to be honest, fam. Same. Ah, yes. We're enjoying the moment. This nice, beautiful, happy thing that's, again, preserved in an isolated time. Undisturbed by the horrible years that we have suffered through. But we're still self-aware and cracking jokes like nobody's business. Yep, talking like sailors here. Well, at least I don't have to worry about unpacking. I kind of hoped I would have, then there would have been something to do. It's still too early. I put the note down on the desktop and lie down on the bed feeling drained. Lying there makes me want to read something, but I have nothing with me. I wonder if the hospital conditioned me for wanting to read whenever I have nothing to do. Perhaps it was some form of conspiracy. The restless urge just keeps growing until I have to stand up. Maybe it's stress or something. I was pretty nervous about it before. Before coming and for the entire day today. I still am, I think. Damn, I have to distract myself somehow, so I won't be this unnatural all the time. Tomorrow, I'll go borrow some books from the library. Yeah, I'll do that. But for now, pills here. The bottle of medications neatly arranged on my night table catch my eye. I pick one up and shake it just to hear the contents rattle inside. Then read the glued-on pharmacy label. Isao Nakai, 2 tablets daily to stay alive. It doesn't really say that, but it could just as well. Yep. It's kind of twisted having your life depend on chemicals like this. I resent it a little, but what choice do I have? Yep, well, welcome Hisao. Welcome to the future. We're all inhuman nightmares kept alive by strange nutrient fluids. We call them energy drinks. But yes, sit down and have your vitamin B solution. With a sigh, I begin my new daily ritual of taking the right number of pills from each bottle, being careful to check the correct dosages. I lie down again, feeling hollow and uncertain. And after that, I keep staring at the blank, unfamiliar ceiling for a long time. Well, there's that line. Unfamiliar. Shut up, Shinji. It doesn't start looking any more familiar, not even after darkness falls and long shadows draw across my room like fingers. The sheets feel slightly more comfortable, warm, and nest-like against the chill that passes for room temperature here. Soon, the lighter shade of darkness that is the ceiling looks like every ceiling does at night, and it becomes the only thing I recognize anymore. The night beckons me to sleep, and I feel the coldness of unfamiliarity and fear creeping up my spine once again. I keep drifting further away from the world I knew. Every day we drift further and further from God. I wake up in a strange room. Solid morning light shimmers against the light gray ceiling. I had forgotten to draw the curtains closed last night. This is my room, isn't it? My room. This is the 3rd room this year that I'm supposed to call mine. Various things around here remind me that indeed, it's me who's supposed to be the one living here. My bag's on the floor, my new school books on the desk, my numerous medications on the night table, the half-naked cripple on the other side of the room. Yeah, I stare at the bottles for a moment, deliberating until I open a bottle, shake out a pill, and pop out a tablet from a foil sheet. I down them with a chaser of water without thinking about the chemistry. My uniforms are in the closet. I slink out from under the sheets and stretch my back before dressing up. Putting on a new school uniform feels like dressing in someone else's clothes. The artificial smell of generic detergent invades my nose, but the feeling of fresh cloth against my back is a good one, a natural one. It feels like a school uniform, as it should. It's not much different from what I used to wear before. That goes for other things, too. So far, this place seems more or less like a normal school, except for the people. I think back to my talk with Kenji yesterday, Misha's constant laughter and Shizune's sweeping sign language gestures. Well, I've only met 3 students so far. Maybe they aren't that normal, but I'm sure there others are. Yeah, I'm sure there's more normal people out there. There has to be normal people out there, right? There has to be. Or perhaps people like them are what passes for normal around here. Yeah, what does pass for normal around here? What do people do? I didn't see a lot of kids hanging around after class yesterday, so maybe there are clubs. If so, I wonder if I should join one. All through class, the question remains on my mind, so I decide to ask Shizune about it when we split up into groups. After all, she did say if I had anything I wanted to know, I should ask her. She crosses her arms and shifts her gaze slowly to Misha, who looks more preoccupied with trying to grind the eraser of her pencil down so that the top is perfectly and evenly flat. Aha, sorry, Shi-chan. Is there something you wanted from me? Oh, I see. That's a good question, He-chan. My first thought is that means she doesn't know, which is worrying. Maybe I'm being too negative. Well, anyway, Misha, please don't prove me right. Oh, that's right. Everyone is encouraged to join a club. A lot of people do so because there isn't really anything else to do. There are also school events, like the festival coming up in a few days. Yeah, of course. Almost every student in the school tends to help out with it, doing whatever. So you actually transferred in at a busy time. Maybe you could help out too. Yep, school festival. Cherry blossoms. Where are the cicadas, though? I haven't heard of a fucking cicada. Even American cicadas. I know what that sounds like, and now it's distinctly fucking different from, gently beatboxing in the distance. No, American cicadas just screech. They just constantly screech. Sure. What's the festival about? Misha freezes. It's about fucking cripples. Wahaha. I don't know, He-chan. The truth is, it's a local event, and I'm not from this area, so... Well, Shizune happens to be an expert on the subject. Yep, One for the Shizune people. She starts signing desperately to Shizune, asking her to bail her out. Shizune adjusts her glasses at the end of an oddly grandiose flourish and starts signing hard and heavy. Huh? Okay. Who cares? Misha puffs out her chest as she shouts Shizune's words out at me with a disproportionate amount of pride. Too loud, I could see heads turning to look in our direction. Not so loud. Human beings evolve with each new generation. The ideals and beliefs behind a festival will inevitably change with time. Now it's about delicious fried food and amusing little games that you play to win prizes. Ha 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 ha. Okay. It's about nothing. It's about fucking nothing. The end. It's about being a stereotypical Japanese festival. The end. The teacher clears his throat very loudly, batting his long wooden pointer against his other palm like a baton. He shoots a pointed gaze at us. Finally noticing where we are, Misha stifles a yelp and quickly quiets down. Shizune doesn't seem embarrassed at all, though brushing it off without a care. She hasn't taught. What is she gonna get in trouble about? We are in the middle of class and should start working. That's right, Shi-chan. What? That's right, He-chan. Are you asking because you're interested in joining a club? Or what? It could have been my eyes playing tricks on me, but I think I saw a suspicious glance exchanged between them. Oh no. Misha's tone also changed, although it does that every other word anyway. I'm sure there's nothing going on here, and people not thinking about anything. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Misha and Shizune look at each other again. Oh no. I'm about to ask what they have in mind when something dark flutters in my peripheral vision, catching my attention. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the girl with long, dark hair get up from her desk and slip silently towards the door. It doesn't seem like she was working in any group, and no one seems to notice her but me. I glance at the teacher, who's also looking at the dark-haired girl go. Why doesn't he say anything? Ichan, is something wrong? Do I look as uneasy as I feel, or was Misha just looking at me, looking after the girl who left? No, nothing. Excuse me. Do you like risk? Oh, no. Okay, well, like we were asking, you don't have any plans for lunch today, do you? I thought I would go to the library and pick up some books. Not really. Do you want to have lunch together, then? Sure. Yay! Waha! Another waha. Okay, Hichan, perfect. Making more noise again. The rest of the class passes uneventfully. The girl with the long hair never came back. Never came back. Never came back. Never came back. Before I have the time to put any more thought into where she could have gone, the teacher informs us that it's time to stop working. Shizune looks more than a little annoyed that we only just barely managed to finish all our work on time. I'm just glad we finished it all. It's not a contest or anything. Yes, it is, Hichan. Impossible. Really? Really? I've noticed this before, but it's kind of funny how Misha is always moving her hands and signing not only everything she says, but what anyone else is saying at any given time. Obviously, it must be so Shizune can understand it. Her eyes dart back and forth between Misha's hands and me. I don't know how I'm supposed to... who I'm supposed to be looking at. I'm talking to Misha, but that might be wrong. Maybe I should face Shizune. I'm used to looking in the direction of the person whose voice I'm hearing. But really, Shizune can't hear me, but it would be disrespectful to talk to her only through Misha. Then again, isn't that what she's doing? No, she's at least looking at me. This is all very confusing and will take some time to get used to. It's not a contest because contests are competitions over a prize. If there's no prize on the line, it's not really a contest. Shizune's eyes flash dangerously with a competitive glare. She stares at me, as if surprised that I'm challenging her. I think maybe this is a contest to her. Oh boy. I never noticed before how dark and blue her eyes are. It's truly an alluring gaze. Are you sure, Hichan? Very sure. Haha. You're wrong, Hichan, because I don't want to be the slowest one in the class. Therefore, what's on the line is my confidence in my abilities, and the prize is the satisfaction of proving them. Yes, if you actually have to prove literally everything every single day. I mean, somewhat understandable, but sometimes people just want to get shit done and move on. Wah-ha-ha-ha-ha, an especially long one. Shizune pushes her glasses up the bridge of her nose in a very matter-of-fact way. I'd argue more, but the bell rings, and she quickly gets up and picks up her bag, looking at me expectantly. I'd almost forgotten that I was supposed to have lunch with them. Where do you want to eat? The cafeteria? Haha, that's so plain. Okay, let's go. Plane? Well, I guess. At my old school, I liked to eat outside, near the back of the building. It was a good spot, but I didn't find it until near the end of my freshman year. I wonder if there's a similar place to eat here. Misha seems to imply as much. Shizune and Misha pull me towards the cafeteria, which is surprisingly not packed. Maybe some students favor eating in classroom or outdoors. I saw some of my classmates had boxed lunches. After we finish eating, Misha picks up where we left off earlier. So, Hee-chan, you wanted to know about clubs and stuff, right? Right, Shi-chan, okay. I guess it makes sense to ask first. Exchanging little nods of confirmation, they turn to face me again, and Misha straightens her posture as if she's about to deliver a speech. Hee-chan, do you have anything you're really interested in? Fucking cripples. I mean books. Books? Yeah, books. I used to play soccer, but I'm not really into it. I don't follow the teams and players or anything like that. As of late, I usually just read a lot. Yeah, books. There is a book club, right, Shi-chan? Right? But it seems like they have all the members they can possibly have right now. Sorry, Hee-chan, it's a really popular club. Ah, okay, but more to the point, Hee-chan. Does this mean that you don't have anything already in mind? Not really. Good, great! That's great, Hee-chan, really great! Ha-ha! Wah-ha-ha! Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha! Ah-ha-ha-ha! Mandark laugh. Good lord, it's been a very long time since I had an excuse to use that thing. Why is it so great? No reason. Absolutely no reason at all. Shut up. Stop looking at me. Well, Hee-chan, other than clubs and the upcoming festival, there is one other thing. Student council! I see. I didn't know this school had a student council. That was a very melodramatic setup, though. Just to tell me that. I'm pretty sure the two of them know this because Shizune looks a little embarrassed about it, and Misha is laughing. Shizune quickly retakes control of the discussion in a manner of speaking. After all, it's still Misha who has to voice whatever she says. Aha, right. Hee-chan, maybe you should join the student council. They could use more people. Yes, definitely. You should definitely join. Who's the student council, Misha? Misha, who do I talk to about the student council? Why? Well, for one, we could hang out every day, Hee-chan. Shi-chan and I are both in the student council. In fact, we're the only ones in the student council. Do I detect a conflict of interest? A massive one. Actually, Shi-chan is the president. I'm starting to get the suspicion that Shizune and Misha might not exactly be the most unbiased people to talk about this with. Yes. As if reading my mind, Shizune quickly adjusts her glasses and signs something to Misha. Haha. Of course, we're not trying to get you to join just because we would obviously benefit from you joining the student council and therefore have an incentive to try and get you to... So you're admitting that... Haha, no, we admit nothing. Yep, there's a line. I mean, Hee-chan, of course it would be nice if you joined, and we'd appreciate it. But I would admit nothing! I do not say propaganda, of course not. But even without all that, joining the student council shows a healthy interest in the workings of one school. Yep, it's true, Hee-chan. Besides, don't you want to spend time with us after school, Hee-chan? Yeah, Don't you like us? Don't you want to play Risk? I can't tell if she is being genuine, or if this is just really good acting. Both of them seem to be trying hard to look their cutest, although they are already pretty cute to begin with. So it's settled then. Welcome to the student council, Ichan. I didn't agree to that. What? No, no. Aw, see, Shi-chan, of course he wouldn't go so easily. Yep, that's right. Though it would be boring if it went that smoothly. Oh well, Shi-chan owes me candy now. You were betting on it? Hey, my life's not a game here. Right into the fourth wall. Shizune seems very intrigued by this when Misha signs it to her. The aggressive glint returns to her eyes. Oh, how little you understand, little man. Wahaha. That's interesting, Hee-chan. Let's play a game. That's not what I said. How about rich man, poor man? Hee-chan, if you lose, you have to join the student council. No, absolutely not. Aw, why not? Well, because you two both have the same incentive, and therefore the same goal, which is to get me to join the student council, right? Yep. Yeah, that isn't my goal, but what this means is that both of you can team up and I'll be at a clear disadvantage, so I will have to decline. Hee-chan, I'm very offended. Are you saying you don't trust us and that we would pull something disingenuous? That makes me sad. Sorry? It's hard to tell where Shizune's influence ends and Misha's thought begins. They're all very angry that we saw right through their plot. In order to return for hurting a young girl's feelings, you should definitely join the student council. God damn it, Misha. Yep, we're back here with this shit again. We're being flashbanged by the student councils so much in chapter 1 that it's almost kind of shocking that we don't wind up there. How about a game of paper football instead of rich man, poor man? Paper football? Yeah, it's a game they play in America, where you make a paper triangle and then you try to shoot it past goalposts that the other player makes with their fingers. Isn't it cool? It's the ultimate form of competition between two people, Hee-chan. Yeah, uh-huh. And it's also played by elementary and middle school children, Shi-chan. Wahaha! This means it's a game that really separates the boys from the men. Oh, jeez. More like the boys from the slightly older boys. Anyway, I'm not going to play that either. Just the fact that you know about it means you're probably surprisingly good at it. Aha! Yeah, that's true. How did you know, Hee-chan? Because you're incredibly biased. Shizune frowns at Misha, telling me that she probably wasn't supposed to admit that so readily. I wouldn't say that I'm happy with their attempts to get me into the student council, but I'm a little curious about what the student council does here. I've never been on one before, or even known anybody who was a member, so it interests me. I also kind of like Shizune and Misha, so maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Okay, Hee-chan, how about Risk, the game of world domination? Here we go. I don't know what that is. It's really fun, Hee-chan. You fight for control of the world with armies and everything. Sounds like Shizune would be good at it. If you want to play, we can after school. Ah, really, Shi-chan? We can play just for fun. Hee-chan. Shi-chan hasn't played in a long time, so if you want to, there are no strings attached. Well, okay. Okay. Perfect. We'll see you after school in the student council room then, Hee-chan. Wait, why there? Because that's where we keep the game. Baha! 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 I grimace to tell her how much I do not like this, but it's more for show than anything. So in the end, I agree, but only after getting Shizune to acknowledge that I don't mean anything concrete, just by accepting to take a look around and play a game with her. Lunch ends and we go back to class. That girl again. Sign the paper, Sensei. This is a major marriage certificate, Wakamo. Wakamo doesn't understand. Just signed. Yes, you fucking do, Wakamo. During afternoon classes, the long-haired girl comes back and sits down in her seat without a word. Again, no one seems to notice, or if they do, no one says anything. I want to ask Misha about it, but I don't want to be nosy. After school, Shizune and Misha quickly find me by the first door for the first floor lobby and latch onto me, covering each flank in case I might try to escape. I feel a little offended, but I've been considering it. Nevertheless, I'm a bit disturbed that enough people have made a break for it in the past that they're on their guard. Yeah, it's probably a sign. What's with the escort? This doesn't make me feel very comfortable. In fact, it makes me feel like a dangerous prisoner being transported to his cell. Yes, this man. He is the guilty party. He is the cripple fucker. Take him away! Ahaha. What's wrong, Hee-chan? That's right, we're just gonna go play a game of Risk, remember? I don't know. Misha, this all seems a little sinister to me. I start thinking that when we sit down to play a game, they'll tie me down and torture me until I agree to join the student council. Yeah, that's probably what they actually had in mind, but moving on. Well, that's highly unlikely, but still, for some reason, it just seems like it would be so plausible. Getting to the student council room is as simple as turning 2 corners from where we started. What, that's it? This makes you guys being so on top of me seem a little silly. That's not true, Hee-chan. Shi-chan says that when their life is threatened, people have shown the capability to pull off superhuman bursts of speed. Life is threatened? Her expression is unchanging. Misha signs something amusedly to Shizune, who makes a baffling face and puts her hands behind her back, looking pleased with herself. Or bashful, rather. Or, no, that is baffling. Never mind. Misha feigns deafness and hums cheerily. Stop that. I know you heard me. You have no excuse, unlike Shizune. Shizune opens the door to the student council room. It's a very plain, sparsely decorated room, although it's quite large, maybe even a little larger than a classroom. There's a big table in the center surrounded by chairs, and a smaller desk prominently placed in the back that I assume is Shizune's. There are a few regular desks and chairs stacked to one side, as well. Extras, perhaps? Aside from the tables and chairs, the room doesn't have much else to offer. Just a couple of filing cabinets and bookshelves stacked with old school records and documents. Not much else. In fact, nothing else. This is a pretty bleak room. They could at least put a potted plant in here or something, but the most noticeable thing that this room doesn't have is other people. Are we here early? No. What do you mean, no? Does it mean nobody else is coming today? There is no one. Yeah, that's right. Before I manage to ask why that's the case, Shizune claps her hands together very energetically. Hee-chan, let's play Risk. Come on, you promised, didn't you? You have to. Aha. Okay. Do you want to know the rules? We can explain to you while we set everything up. While Misha is talking, Shizune takes out what looks like a board game from behind one of the filing cabinets and throws it on the table. Actually, this looks kind of interesting. After Misha spends a little too long for her liking running through the basics with a somewhat vague and confusing tutorial, Shizune cuts in and declares the game has started with a decisive motion, slicing her arm through the air. Shizune's aggressiveness is rubbing off onto me. I start feeling more competitive than I intended to be when I agreed to this. Halfway into the game, while I try to ponder how to defend against Shizune's assault from two fronts, she breaks my concentration by drumming her fingers on the table to get my attention. Shi-chan wants you to know that you're taking too long to make a move. Shi-chan also says that she will let you keep Australia if you agree to join the student council. I thought this was a game with no strings attached. Just the fact that she would dangle that over my head as an offer means that she knows I care about the outcome of this game. Anyway, no! Shi-chan admires your fighting spirit and would be a benevolent dictator who will spare your people if you agree to join the student council. Ah! You're so competitive, Shizune. She seems to take this as a compliment. I would expect the student council president to be a little bit more magnanimous. Magnanimous? She doesn't seem to know what the word means or how it's signed, so she pulls out a piece of paper and writes it for Shizune, who returns signs it back to Misha. Misha presses her index fingers against her temples as if trying to physically imprint the word into her memory. Suddenly, Shizune bursts into a flurry of gestures. Misha looks daunted by the pace of her heated signing. Wait, please slow down, Shi-chan. Shi-chan says you're going to lose. And a lot of other things. Tell her I will crush her world empire with my rebellion. Ah, okay. That just... Yep. Those eyes of hers shine with childlike mischief. There is a face. There is a meme face. She says you have no chance if you keep playing like this. No, you won't. It's smarter to play defensively here. Now, what did I pick again? See, younger me would probably pick this one, but I guess I'm a little bit more assertive here, and we're all going to the same place anyway, so... Well! Yeah, nah, fuck that, all in. She is either really mocking me or trying to trick me. I have nothing else to lose, though, so I might as well try something different. Maybe if I spread out my forces and try to control more territories, I can recoup the advantage. Shizune seems to focus on conquering whole nations, so maybe I can sacrifice my hold on continents to gain more smaller countries. It's worth a shot. A few turns later, I end up losing the game anyway. Shizune adjusts her glasses victoriously and allows herself to tentatively pump a fist in the air in celebration. I win, yay. There's no need to translate that, it was perfectly clear. Waha, don't look so sad, Hee-chan. You were really giving it your best. That's what I thought. Sometimes your best just isn't good enough, though. If anyone knows that, it's me. What an odd thing to say. You did very well for someone who just learned how to play today. Hee-chan, you attacked Iceland and North America at the same time. That's a very daring move. Hee-chan is impressed. I think they cheated. They probably cheated. They totally fucking cheated. The mark of great people is that they are daring, and that they can follow through. You're already halfway there. Isn't that great, Hee-chan? That isn't enough, though. Just potential isn't enough. There is no point to potential if you don't take the first step. And there is no point to that if you don't keep going. I want to see more. You're right, Shi-chan, but that's so demanding. Shizune leans forward, suddenly looking a lot less playful and more like the serious person I expect her to be from the start. Ichan, would you like to join the student council? She really doesn't waste any time, does she? But it's only my second day of school, so I'm hesitant about committing to something so early. Yes, you missed risk. I haven't even taken a look at other clubs yet, but spending time with Shizune and Misha doesn't seem like something I would hate. I still need more time to think about it before I decide for sure. Maybe. I'll get back to you on it. Okay, Hichan, but I hope you're not just saying that so we don't feel bad. No, really. Really? Hichan, if you're going to say that, you're saying that it is definitely the truth, and there can't be any mistaking it. I know. I guess I should have my revenge for losing, at the very least. Shizune smiles at that in a mischievous way that feels like twisting the knife in the wound of my loss. I take a glance at the clock on the wall and realize I've spent far longer playing Risk than I expected. Sorry, I think I have to go. I wanted to go to the library. It's not closed yet, is it? Shizune scratches her head and gestures at Misha. How hard can it be to determine whether the library is open? There's a clock right there on the wall. It should be, unless the librarian is absent. I think you're right, Shichan. We think the library is open. It's on the second floor. You can't miss it. Do you want us to show you where it is? No thanks, it's okay. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye! Ah, yes, the second floor. With a different painting. One flight of stairs up, and I run into problems. The second floor hallway is a carbon copy of the third floor one. Wide, of course, and plain, like only hallways can be. The problem is that the library's whereabouts are not as easily determined as one would think. Classrooms are marked with signs stating which class they belong to, but then there is a plethora of other unmarked rooms. Is the library one of them, or is it just somewhere down the hallway? I bet on the latter and choose my direction at random. After I turn the corner, an unmarked door draws my attention because it's not closed. It's not open either, though, just barely ajar, so that I can see it's open and nothing else. It would make sense for the library door to be invitingly open, and while this one is not quite that, it's good enough. Yes, enter. Yeah, no. Yes, after being flashbanged by Misha and Shizune, we're actually going to see the other fucking girls here, which some people happen to like here, but now here's the parade of every other waifu in this show. At the very least, it means that someone is inside and I can ask for directions no matter how embarrassing that is. I gingerly push on the center of the door with my fingertips, every muscle in my arm ready to pull back at a moment's notice. The feeling of being an outsider to this school can't be shaken from my mind, so much so that I instinctively fear doing something wrong by entering. The door slowly creaks as if groaning from a deep sleep, though is much easier to open than I anticipated. Leaning over and poking my head ever further inside to gain sight of the room as fast as possible, the meek hello on my lips is quickly snatched away. It's Lily. Yep. It's now time to have tea with Lily. The one time we'd have tea with Lily on every route. Yep, Martin's hamming it up over there. Guess what route he's a fan of? This is not what I was expecting. I mindlessly let the door open to its full extent, taking in the sight of the solitary figure that taking center stage in the otherwise abandoned room. The situation steals my voice, leaving me standing at the doorway staring at the beautiful girl. Evidently having taken her time to assess the situation, the girl gently puts down her teacup and opens her eyes, but doesn't look at me. Hello there, may I help you? Staring directly in front of herself, the movements of her lips seem to break the silence rather than the words. However, it's the soft, measured voice that reminds me she's a being separate from the room itself. Not only is she likely the tallest girl I've laid eyes on, but even among the foreigners I've met, she's strikingly distinct. Hi, sorry for intruding, I was just kind of lost. She takes a moment to formulate a response before speaking. Every action she takes feels as if it's carefully choreographed beforehand. Care to take a seat? Unexpected, considering that I'm intruding upon her. Thanks. I slowly step towards another seat opposite her, the girl resting the teacup and saucer on the wooden table in between. The way she doesn't track my movements with her head is telling. That and the slight cloudiness to her eyes means she must be at least partially blind, like Kenji. Come to think of it, her voice doesn't have any detectable accent either. I guess she must be half Japanese. Everyone's half Japanese. As I take my seat, her composure takes me slightly off guard. Her air of relaxed confidence makes the silence entirely comfortable. The calming atmosphere is so different from the student council office. I take it you're a new student to Yamako. Yeah. I just transferred in yesterday. I get this distinct feeling my speech patterns don't match the formality of hers, accentuated by her restrained bow of greeting. One of which I hasten to match before realizing the futility of the action. I'm Lily Seto. Pleased to meet you. Hisao Nakai. She gives a nod before gesturing roughly in the direction of her teacup. Would you care for a drink? Sure. As much as it pains me, I can't keep step with her formality in the proceedings. She gives a kind of nod, taking the request in stride. Without another word, she steps off the chair and prepares a second cup of tea from a collection of supplies laid out along a shelf. A brush here, a brush there, her left hand often slightly touching the side of whichever container she's pouring into. It seems to be a process she's followed dozens of times before. As I lean sideways to see her around her back, she seems to use her long, dainty finger to measure the right amount of water in a cup. It's one thing to see the different disabilities the students in my class have, but it's quite another to see how everyone seems to adapt. Shizune and Misha have no problem working together to communicate to me, and Lily herself seems to have workarounds for the problems I'd never thought of. While I was feeling slightly guilty about her doing the work, she seemed pleased to be following the correct process of the offerer preparing the drink. So, her soft voice brings me out of my silent observance. Which room were you looking for? It's not often this classroom is visited after school. The school library. Shizune and some classmates told me it was on this floor. She finishes pouring water into the teacup as she nods, a small metallic tapping coming from the teacup indicating it's being stirred. I'm aware of Miss Hakamichi, as are most students. To be with them means you're in class 3-3, no? That's right, in the science room with Muto. She gives a small giggle before settling down the teaspoon and slowly walking towards the table, teacup and saucer in hand. He's quite the character. I imagine you'll come to like him. Most do. As she sets down the tea, I gently take take it and have a sip. It's really more of a coffee. I'm really more of a coffee person, but this seems like a rather bad moment to bring it up. Nonetheless, the smells quite nice. I hardly think it'd be hard to choke down. Thanks, Seto. It tastes really nice. She smiles and quickly waves her hand in front of her face. Lily, please. There's no need to be too formal. That is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard, Lily. Lily, what the fuck are you talking about? No need to be so too formal. What the fuck? This entire scene is being too formal. Lily, what the fuck? Moving on. Not my waifu, not my problem. She says this in spite of her exceedingly well-bred speech. Oh well. The outright temptation to get you down there and put a gun to your head until you go down Lily's route. You do not understand. Yes, but also no. I know where I'm going. Everyone has their route here. That's the thing about Katawa Shoujo. It's so well traveled that everyone remembers, you know, their favorite route or their first route. I have mine, and honestly, deviating from it kind of feels like meeting your soulmate and, you know, marrying her, having a good life, and then at the end of it deciding I want to go back and I want to make sure that I don't meet that wife just so I can do something different. It feels kind of wrong in a weirdly sort of changing too much way. And it's okay to have shit take. You know what the fuck I'm on about, but shut the hell up. I guess I should try and ask her about herself, as it really does seem as if she's catering to me. So which class are you from? I imagine it's one of the third-year classes. Correct, I'm in class 3-2, which is on the third floor. Same as yours. It's taught by Miyagi, and is specifically for both blind and partially blind students. I see. Sorry. I feel like slapping myself for the fox pass, or faux pass. I know the word, I just never seem to know how to say it out loud. Fox paw, right? Looking at her face, though she doesn't seem in the least bit put off by it. My, there's no need to change your speech on my account. Sure, sorry. I guess I'm really showing my newness here. Yep, sure is summer in this thread. Faux pas. I see, said the blind man to his deaf daughter. An environment like this would be a big change, so I can't fault you for it. While the same can't be said for everyone, many have come to terms with their conditions. A category which would include her, it seems, all too ready to jump ship from this particular topic. I seek into another. You come here to drink tea often? It's a really nice place. Thinking on it, this might be her version of the place behind my school that I like to have lunch at. I come here fairly often during lunchtimes. My duties as class representative don't leave enough time for an official club, so a friend and I use this room for having tea. Class representative, huh? Compared to Shizune, her mannerisms seem to be almost completely opposite. While Shizune's blunt and fiercely driven, Lily seems relaxed and calm, almost aloof. She's also an alcoholic, but shh. Come to think of it, she might be useful for a less biased view on the school's clubs. What kind of clubs are there to join? The more popular ones are the track and field clubs, which uses the field near the school during lunchtimes, the baseball club, and the book club in a room near the library. She has an addictive personality. Thank you, sir. There are also numerous small ones, too, though such as the art and music clubs. At a time where I was just wanting to get on my feet, rushing into a club right away seems slightly unappealing. I wonder if this school shares the same rule as my old one. Is it compulsory to join a club? It isn't, though it is encouraged. Ah, good, that's a relief. I've really let my guard down around this girl. To let such a thing slip out, The fact seems to slightly amuse her. Not wanting my tea to get cold, I finally start drinking it as Lily does the same. As I look over to the window, over her shoulder, I notice the light coming into the room has distinctly an orange tint. Even here, time doesn't stand still. Time's gone quickly. Sorry. Right, she's blind. Of course she can't see the setting sun. It just looks like the sun's starting to set. It seems to come as a surprise to her. I guess she must have lost track of time. Sorry, Hisao, I didn't mean to keep you from the library for so long. I quickly moved to allay her concern. No, it's okay. The library's still open, isn't it? She pauses and takes a moment to think on it. It's probably something I should have asked Shizune when I had the chance, but Lily seems to likely know in any case. True, it's open until 6:30 during weekends. A quick glance at my watch confirms I have well enough time to get there. I might get going in that case. It's been nice talking with you, Lily. She smiles and gives a deep nod, her hands still neatly folded on the table in front of her. It was my pleasure. Oh, come to think of it, shall I show you where the library is? I can't possibly ask for more help. I should be able to find it all right. Well, unless my navigational skills fail me. I could obviously do better than a blind girl, right? Which they seem to have a habit of doing. It's alright, I was going to be talking to the librarian there in any case. I could introduce you. This gets better and better. It's pretty hard to deny her offer. If you're sure, then that'd be great, thanks. He stands up. As she stands up to follow me, she takes hold of a straight retractable cane that has been slipped into the handle of her bag on the floor. Compared to the cane the boy in my class had, Lily's looks much thinner and longer, and his must be for support, whereas Lily's is for navigation. Together we leave the peaceful room and enter the empty hallway on the way to the library. Side by side, my pace carefully slowed to match hers. We slowly walk through the hallway. It doesn't take long for us to arrive at the door to the warm-looking room, apparently situated in the center of the floor rather than either wing. Ladies first. She gives an appreciative smile at the gesture, taking the lead as we file in. To the left is the wooden library counter, with the library proper being on the right. It easily dwarfs my old school's library, with the distinct smell of old books giving the place an almost old-world air. There don't seem to be a lot of students here. Considering the time, it isn't a big surprise. Everyone's probably either in the school grounds or in the dorms. Yuko, are you here? She says She shifts it to thin air since the librarian doesn't seem to be present, and of course Lily can't see this. What's unexpected is that it draws a reaction. Donk. Something from under the counter thuds against it, followed by a quiet wail. Ah. The origin apparently the librarian quickly crawls out and bounces up to extremely rigid attention. Hi, Lily. How can I help you? Her voice is strained in a failing attempt to sound casual as she's rubbing the back of her head. Good afternoon. What just happened now? I heard a strange sound. It's nothing. I just hit my head. See, I dropped an eraser under my desk, and while I was looking for it, a pencil dropped, and when I was looking for both of them, you came in and surprised me. Are you alright? I'm sorry, I couldn't know. It's okay. Sorry for making you worry. This is nothing. I've had worse happen to me. She's quick to reverse Lily's apologies, almost frantically trying to push aside the possibility that she could be in any way inconvenienced by bashing her head on the counter. Yes, worse things have happened. Haha. The girl fidgets with her fingers as Lily doesn't seem to drop her concerned expression. And then she shuffles some papers around the counter for no reason. A little shorter than Lily, replete with glasses, freckles, and a very troubled look, she seems to fit a library perfectly. Ah, Lily, did you get my message? Message, Oh, the 2 imported books that arrived. Right. They finally came. I can't believe it took so long, but amidst her celebrations, partially for managing to change the topic, I'm sure, she notices me in the corner of her eye and freezes on the spot when she does. Oh, I'm sorry for not noticing you before. Did you need to check out a book or return one? I'm sorry. The way she can so quickly shift between moods is a little unsettling. Ease with me, Yuko. This is Hisao, a new student. Hisao, this is Yuko, the school librarian. Pleased to meet you. Hisao, right, Hisao. Pleased to meet you too, Hisao. For a second, she visibly attempts to engrave the name on her mind so she won't forget. Yuko often arranges to import foreign books in Braille for me. Would you like to tell Hisao a little something about the library? Lily's innocent suggestion is met with expression of abject terror. Please, Lily, I can't. I don't know what he could be interested in. This is too much responsibility. How is it any responsibility at all? I don't get it. But her objection is so sincere, I don't doubt for a second that she would rather disembowel herself on the spot than tell me where the light novels are. Why, they're right here. We're playing one. Yuko is what the modern audience would call a girl failure, but we're not talking about the modern audience. In fact, we don't want the modern audience here. Go away. In fact, they don't exist. And if they are, they number less than 100 people. See Concord and Dustboard. But we won't talk about these things here. This is a sacred place. But, so there are a lot of books in Braille here. I attempt to save the day by asking the first thing that pops into my head. It seems to work at least partially. Yuko seems to not exactly relax, but at least look slightly less tense. Well, I think about a third or fourth of Yamaku's library is either in Braille or audio. Makes sense, given all the blind students that'd be here. If it's only that, how come this library is so big in the first place? Well, we get a lot of new books regularly because the library is adequately endowed. That's probably why. They spend more on new books than on my salary, and then I have to organize and shelve all of them. It's so troublesome, and they weigh so much, I wish I could quit this job. A very awkward silence follows this revelation of too much information. I'll go check the aisles then, if you don't mind. It's probably best for all of us that she doesn't keep talking to me. Very well. Meanwhile, Yuko, I would have those books if it's all right with you. The hallowed halls of cripple banging. Yes! Sacred! My first impression was right. The library is surprisingly big. Ambling down the narrow aisles, I study the spines of the books in random order, occasionally sliding one out to read the blurb, taking it with me if it looks good. In a few moments, I have a respectable stack of books in my arms. I guess I'll never be stuck for choice in here. The normality of the library sinks in. Sure, there are large print and Braille books scattered throughout, but it is what it is, a library. It's as if the calm mood from the room I had tea with Lily snuck with us in here, unless it was here to begin with. Something about that puts me at ease, just like before. I reach the end of the aisle and find a collection of desks set up for study or personal reading. Going a little further, though, I discover a nice quiet corner in the back. While the rest of the library has the odd student sitting at a desk either reading or stealthily sleeping, the back is pretty much deserted. As I glance around, I see someone who I recognize sitting on one of the several beanbags. Ah, yes, it's Hanako again. You know, this song is somewhat odd. For some reason, I think of this song, and the thing that immediately pops into my head is Kingdom Hearts for some bizarre reason. I don't know why. But yes, that girl! It's the dark-haired girl from my class. The one who snuck out of the classroom earlier. She's reading a book, keeping it close to her face, which makes her look like she's really into it. From the way she was acting today, I had her pegged as more of a delinquent than a bookworm. In fact, her mysterious disappearance from the class raises all sorts of whys in my head. Yeah, and all the meme songs. Intrigue floats slowly, but surely towards the surface, and before I know it, I'm walking towards the mysterious long-haired girl. I guess there's no harm in introducing myself, as I would with anyone else. She's a classmate, after all. Walking over to another beanbag, I take a seat and lay my books beside it. The girl starts looking scaredly up at me from underneath her fringe. This is the first time I've seen her this close. Underneath her long, dense bags, I can see that part of her face, or at least a third, if not half, is pretty badly scarred. My eyes are immediately drawn to the scars, subconsciously peeking past her hair until they meet her own eyes. For a second, I am shocked and divert my eyes to the book in her hands, before I realize that looking away probably only makes it worse. It takes too many seconds to collect myself and remember what I walked up to her for. I guess in both situations, I would probably say this. Old me and young me probably said this. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. It's okay. The girl certainly doesn't look like it's okay, but I let it slide. So, do you mind if I sit here? She seems to be very uncertain whether it's okay or not for me to sit, but finally she nods just a little. Oh, okay. I take a seat next to her, and she hides herself behind her book. Life of Pi. Never heard of it. So, sorry again for startling you. I'm Hisao. She looks up from her book, stalling a little before replying. I know. We are in the same class. Her speech is a little stilted and so quiet that it's barely audible even in the still library. Somehow I think my delinquent impression of hers was wrong. Ha 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 ha, Hanako. I'm Hanako. I resist the urge to say that's a nice name, just to have something to say, but really, it's the only thing I can think of. I feel like an idiot. Everyone here must be used to being different to each other. And here I am being all bothered and fussed about that kind of thing. Don't let me interrupt your reading. I'll just check these books out if you don't mind. She nods a little and sighs a little sigh of relief. So I try to read the covers and the introductions of the books I picked up, and she buries her face in her book. Uncomfortable silence consumes us. My eyes still wander to her direction and sneak peeks at her flowing hair and the scars it's hiding. After a while, I realize she's doing the same and only pretending to be immersed in Life of Pi. We're busy fucking around. But not quite, and we won't be, unfortunately, because we're not going down that route either. No. Fate works in far more mysterious and more direct and bonehead ways. No. Her gaze is not inquisitive at all, though. It darts around like a scared rabbit. When our gaze finally meets, the chain reaction is unstoppable. She stands up forcefully from the beanbag and takes a deep breath. I gotta go do something. Yes, the Hanako squish sentences. Without warning, Hanako takes off and runs towards the counter. Her hair-like takeoff catches me so off guard that I don't manage to go after her until she has a good head start. By the time I reach the counter, she is nowhere to be seen. Lily and Yuko are happily chatting away. Knowing that I won't be able to catch Hanako myself, I approach the girls. Hey, did you notice a girl run past her? Maybe. What did she look like? Long, dark hair, kinda shy. She had, well, some scars on her face. You wouldn't be talking about Hanako, would you? Yeah, that's her. I saw her reading and tried to talk to her, but I think I scared her off or something. Oh dear. Yuko, would you excuse me? I had better try and find her. Sure, I'll just hold on to these until you come back. What's going on? I'm sorry, but I'll have to explain it to you some other time. Right, I'll see you later then. Lily hastily grabs her cane and hurries out of the library, leaving me alone with Yuko. I don't think I'll ever get the hang of this place. Not this part of it, anyway. Did I do something? Something wrong? What did you do? Nothing, I was just looking for some books and then she got this fit and ran off. The most offending thing I can think of was that I might have looked at her general direction a few times. Well, she is a very timid girl. You have to be very careful around her. She can be very jumpy, I think, and she's not accustomed to talking with other people. Isn't that a bit strange? I wonder. It's just how she is, I think. Yuko doesn't sound all that convincing. Then again, maybe this is just the norm around here. Everyone has their own problems, or else they wouldn't be here. Yep. But how should I deal with these people? Forcing myself to act overly casually only makes me feel phony. Like I was supposed to be ignoring the elephant in the room. Yuko fidgets, looking like she wants to say something to that, but resists it. I think it's an elephant only if you feel that way. I guess she doesn't have a good sense of self-restraint. It makes me smile, and she blushes heavily. What? Did that sound stupid? No, it sounded really wise. I guess you're right. It's more about me than anyone else. Neither of us has anything to add, so Yuko fills the silence by shuffling some papers around. People who have papers on their desks really like doing that. Did you find any books? I should be closing soon. I mean, the library should be closing soon, but I have to do it. I hope that's not too inconvenient for you. Oh yeah, I want some books, but I left them over there because I'll just go get them. I fetched my stack of books from beside the beanbags where Hanako and I were sitting and returned to the counter. Wow, you read a lot, don't you? I surprise myself with that too, honestly. At least when I really think about it. I had a lot of free time earlier this year, so I just kind of started reading books to fill that time. Couldn't do much else. I see. But she doesn't say anything else, and just checks out my books for me. I guess this is what they call tact. Something I have absolutely none of. Holding a library of books with one arm, I trawl my pocket for the key to my door. And a sudden sound from behind startles me, making me nearly drop the books I'm carrying, or the key that I almost managed to get into the lock. Who is it? I turn around to see who's talking to me. It's Kenji. He seems to be in a friendly mood, although the light glinting off his glasses in the dark gives him a sinister look. It's just me. This makes him pause and lick his lips nervously. Who is me? I don't know anyone called me. Are you some new guy again? His voice is suddenly strained and quick. Yes, but we met before, yesterday. I don't think so. I remember someone who I met only yesterday. When was that? What day is it today? I try to ignore him. Is he joking or what? Prove that we met before. You live across the hall. You're Kenji. Kenji jumps back, his eyes filled with an uncomprehending fear. How do you know my name? Damn, this can only mean that one of two things. Either we have met and you're telling the truth and I just can't remember it, or you're a spy. Yep, here comes the paranoid schizophrenic. He pauses. A psychic spy. His eyes start around me, trying to peek into my room, although it's hard to believe he can see anything through those thick glasses. His mood swung from friendly to manic in less than a minute. I'm not psychic. How do I know that? I'm not a mind reader. Kenji points a finger in my face damningly. Unlike you! Stop that, man. We met yesterday. What's wrong with you? I live in this room. Lies. If you think you can pass as Kisao because I'm legally blind, you are sorely mistaken. You don't even look like him. I mean, the resemblance is real slim. Maybe at a distance. But who do you think you're kidding? I want to grab him by the shoulders and shake him, exasperated. Exasperated, I rub my eyes and let out a heavy sigh. Stay there. Genji comes closer, one careful step at a time. I stay still. Lest he assault me physically. Sorry. Although, I doubt he would do much damage even if he did. Oh, wait. I see it now. Damn, it really is you. Sighing again, and then once again for good measure, I step backwards just in case. What's up, man? You don't look too good, I think. Something wrong? I don't know, I just had something stupid happen to me. A few stupid things happened to me, actually, even if you discount this one. I can't get a proper touch on the people here, and I have no idea if it's because of me or because of them. I don't know why I'm telling this to Kenji. It's not like we've had any contact either. That's rough, dude. Yeah, I'm sorry about calling you a psychic spy and all, but you can never be too careful. It's the hard reality we live in. Just Kenji things. I'm slowly starting to think that Kenji isn't necessarily living in the same reality as the rest of us, and probably being legally blind isn't the only thing wrong with him. You see, this is how it is. This world, there is no justice. You see, even when I lose, I win, because I don't lose the lesson. What does that even mean? It doesn't matter. He dismisses it flatly with a wave of his hand. So what happened? Why the long face? Do you have a long face? It's nothing. I just scared some girl off accidentally. Literally, too. She actually ran away from me. Was my fault, really, I think. I'm not really used to all this yet. A girl? A cute one? Cute? That's a hard question. She had a nice body and really beautiful hair, but the face... I guess it could go either way. Yeah? Yeah, cute, I guess. I knew it! There are a lot of cute girls here. A strangely disproportionate amount. I believe this is one of the dark secrets of the school. We're actually in a visual novel. I know, it's blowing your mind right now. This school is actually the stage of a visual novel. I'm still trying to find out who's the main character. It couldn't possibly be me. It's probably not you either. You look too dull. I tried to warn you, man, but did you listen? I told you, bro. I didn't actually tell you anything, but I told you, bro. I told you about women. I don't remember any such warning. Dark secrets? Yes, dark secrets. Extremely dark, like a black hole. Have you noticed that the number of girls in this school is slightly but significantly higher than the number of boys? It's like 60-40. He turns his head to the left and stares off into the distance at nothing. Why is it like this? I mean, to the untrained eye, it doesn't appear to be that bad, but that's a full 20%, man. One would think that a school with such a huge pool of women would be a man's dream, but no. What I'm about to tell you could blow your mind. Are you ready? Kenji, what the fuck are you talking about? Hisao, birds aren't real. What do you mean birds aren't real, Kenji? They're not real. They're a psyop. How are they a psyop? They're actually animatronics. They're used to spy on people. People have just grown to accept that there are these animals that fly around casually all around us, and they don't mean anything. But no, that's what the government wants you to think, man. Kenji, you're fucking insane. No, I'm the only sane one left, Hisao. I don't know where this is going, but I think I won't be missing much by cutting out now. No, I'm not ready. I only get as far as turning the doorknob before Kenji starts talking again, showing that he really doesn't care if my mind is blown or not. I believe that this school is a battleground, the site of a feminist infiltration. This disparity in the number of men to women is a clear sign of how far they have come. In case this Cold War turns hot, they will have superiority in numbers. Just another skirmish in the eternal war against the forces of the feminists. They're everywhere. In Japan, women outnumber men. It's not a 60-40 split, but it's only a matter of time, man. Even in America, women are the majority by a hair. They're building up their numbers. In the past, the buildup of military has always been the clear sign of imminent war. Here we go. Yep. Japan is just the first step. Our economy is badass, and the country itself is small and isolated, yet a huge part of the Pacific in terms of political value. The perfect target. They are so cunning, as expected of women. Yep, and yeah, the feminist, yeah, and the international conspiracy, and the Soon, the day will come when Kenji's voice trails off ominously. That is why you can't trust them. They will string you along, and then kill you, just as they killed me. You will end up just like me. Kenji, what the fuck are you talking about? I died, Hisao! I died! Kenji, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, hell no. I can't stop myself from blurting it out. Blurting it out. Yep, no, I read that right. Hey, what the hell does that mean? You said it, not me. It's the best I can think of. So you're not supposed to say something like that. Damn, so rude. Where was I? Oh yeah, vast feminist conspiracy. Stop it. Stop. I lost track. I lost you way back there somewhere. Somewhere around feminist infiltration. Too hard to follow? It's cool. I have some graphs and stuff in my room. And puppets. You like puppets? No puppets. You don't like puppets. Okay. Graphs are still cool though, right? He speaks energetically, responding almost before I'm done talking. Moving his hands in a very animated way, he continues to rant on. This is too strange. I had him pegged as relatively normal, but it's clear I was wrong. Clear that you were wrong entirely. Something on your mind, dude? Just thinking about what it's like to be the last sane man in an insane world. Kenji frowns, looking deeply upset. You mean that's you? You can't be, because I'm the last sane man in an insane world. That is my dream. You can't just steal a man's dream. What the hell? There can't be two last sane men. It would invalidate the whole last part. And that part's kind of important. There can only be one, like in that foreign movie where there can only be one, and in the end there is only one dude left, because that was the point. Is Kenji just B personified into this VN? No, he's Pole. B? No, Pole. I have never seen anyone talk so heatedly and so defensively about absolutely nothing before. Anyway, if you wait here, I can get my graphs. I also have a list of other dark and complex conspiracies that the school holds. As tangled as he also goes to X, clearly. Quick, finish my analogy for me. Be a pal. I'm going to go to bed now. It's extremely late. That doesn't sound like an analogy, but whatever. I like you. You seem like a cool dude. Most people don't understand what I'm talking about when I try to explain the vast feminist conspiracy to them. Denial is a terrible thing. Later. He claps me on the back and then vanishes into his room so quickly and quietly, it's like he didn't even open the door, but instead walked right through it like a ghost. Perhaps he is a ghost, trying to warn us of the things to come. Well, you see, this is the thing. Again, Kenji is just absolutely fucking nuts, but the thing is that a lot of our social problems came from feminists being extremely overbearing and then searching for allies. And this is where we went directly into identity politics, because I was awake, I was looking at things. I remember women screaming about not making as much as men in the same jobs, even though statistically speaking it wasn't actually true. They weren't even in these jobs to begin with. And that's where this started. That was like the tutorial level for really social justice dialogue, honestly. And yeah, it only got worse from there. So, unfortunately, he's kind of correct, but not in the way he thought, not in the way that anyone could have imagined. What a nice boy. We should have whiskey with him. No, we probably shouldn't. I don't know if I can fully digest what just happened, so I give up and just go to my room, kicking off my shoes before falling face first into bed. It takes me some time to relax and get up so I can get started on homework. It's because the sheets are cool and comforting against my cheeks, and it feels good just lying there with my eyes closed. The school is like some kind of bizarre, surreal island. It's isolated on top of a mountain, and each person is stranger than the last. I just can't seem to fit in. What an irony. One would think that fitting in a place that's made for people who are unfit for anywhere else would be easy. Maybe I'm trying too hard. Although I say that, it doesn't help take the edge off, and the words are left echoing off my empty walls. I guess it's not as bad as I expected, though. This place is really more a school and less a hospital pretending it's a school than I thought it would be. If nothing else, the scenery is beautiful. I open one eye, seeing the school books and bottles of pills arranged side by side on my desktop. Maybe this place is too much like a normal school after all. The next day... I feel very tired this morning, probably because yesterday itself was a very tiring day. On top of that, I woke up far earlier than necessary. After saying hi to Shizune and Misha, I start doing the work as instructed from the board. It already looks like today is going to be heavy. I don't have a problem with that now, though. Shizune and Misha might jump on me trying to get an answer about whether or not I've decided to join the student council, even if it's just one day. I wouldn't put it past them to try, and I don't have an answer for them if they do. So this situation is convenient for me. About 10 minutes into class, Hanako walks in and takes a seat, but no one looks at her. The teacher doesn't even comment on our lateness. He does, however, stop us to say that we're going to break into groups again. I turn my head and see that Shizune and Misha are looking at me. Shizune gives me a smile that is equal parts cute and menacing. This is a smile that says, "We have you now, there is no escape. Do you want to join our club?" God damn it. Ichan, it looks like we're together again today. Yay, yay, yay. Misha leans sideways while Shizune pushes her desk closer to mine. There really is no escape now unless I were to jump through the window. Jumping out the window isn't the best option, sadly. What's wrong, Hichan? Oh, Hichan, have you been thinking about what you said yesterday? You said that you would think about joining the student council, didn't you? Yes, the student council that we're in, that you agreed to join, right? Or at least agreed to think about, right? You're thinking about joining, right? The answer you're thinking about is yes, right? Right? It's okay, Hee-chan. We were talking about it after you left, and it would be rude to expect you to already have an answer for us this early, right? Right? Aha! I'm so happy you two are able to have a laugh at my expense, and even more pleased to know that both of you know how crazy the two of you can be. Now that that's over, Shizune snaps back into serious mode and smacks today's assignment with the back of her hand in an overly dramatic and important way. When I actually look at the stuff, it's mostly just reading. In fact, there are only 2 problems. I almost want to say something about her rush to get started seems a bit much, or about how her rush to get started seems a bit much, considering the small amount of work. In fact, Shizune probably knows how little there is, and simply does not care. Yeah, it seems like the workload doesn't matter to her as much as the fact that there is work. The actual amount is unimportant. She approaches everything with the same level of ambition. And there's that girl again. While I'm reading, I let my eyes wander around the room and catch Hanako trying her hand at solving the problems. It looks like she's working alone. I can't remember seeing her working with other people before. Ah!
Have we done it, Brain? Did we take over the world? NAARRFF.
No, not yet. But thank you, Eggroll, for the $40. Remember, folks, donations like these keep this show going well and far into the future after we've, nailed a bunch of cripple girls. Thinking back to how shy she is, it's understandable. Hey, that girl over there. Huh, who, Hee-chan? Her, Hanako, over there. Does she always work alone? I think so, Hee-chan. Do you feel sorry for her because she's alone? I was just thinking that maybe she could work with us or something. No, I don't think that would be a good idea, Hee-chan. Why not? Shi-chan wouldn't get along with her. Why? Misha shuffles around the question, letting out a laugh that sounds very strange. It's nervous, but still has that lidding up and down quality present in everything she does. Just because, Hee-chan. By now, Shizune has noticed our conversation, and it makes me realize again how Misha has been signing everything she has been saying this whole time. What, Shi-chan? The friend of my enemy is my enemy? That sounds harsh. I'm not gonna say that. You said it anyway. I know, Hee-chan, it's fine if you overhear. No? I wonder if this is Misha's way of keeping things fair, since without her, I wouldn't be able to understand a thing Shizune is saying, and vice versa. Is that also why she signs all the time? So there is never a conversation Shizune will be left out of? Anyway, we should start on the problems now, Hee-chan. We finished with time to spare, and I decided to ask if there are any alternatives to the cafeteria, as frankly, the food has so far been subpar. This sends Shizune and Misha arguing among themselves about their favorite restaurants. All of them are downtown, so I don't think we have time to go all the way there. And what about the bill? Are they arguing just for the fun of it? Maybe they seem so distracted by it. Maybe. They seem so distracted by it that they don't even notice the start of the actual lunch break. I look over my shoulder towards the back of the classroom. She seems to be studying her notes from the previous class. It's an odd sight. Everyone else in the class is busying themselves with the lunch break. Socializing, gossiping, rearranging desks. The ones with actual box lunches mixed in and chattering like everyone else, only interrupted by short bouts of eating. But when I watch Hanako, it feels like I'm the only one who can see her. Almost as if she was invisible, sort of hiding in plain sight. Is she being bullied? Is she isolating herself from the rest of the class of her own accord? No and yes. I see her look over her shoulder towards the classroom's rear door. Come to think of it, she hasn't turned a page since I've started watching her. I guess she's waiting for someone. What to do? Well, it seems somewhat awkward to go over there and try and talk to her, and, you know, that seemed kind of direct here. Last time we were somewhat direct, she ran away screaming. Waiting for Shizune and Misha to come to a decision and reading my book are about the same thing. So I'm fairly certain I just read my book here. I do what I always do when I don't know what to do. Like now. I've already started on one of the books I borrowed yesterday and took it with me to school to fill the empty moments between classes. I find the page that I creased the corner of to mark the spot I left yesterday night and pick up from there. Misha and Shizune are still arguing heatedly, probably about restaurants still. If I join them, I just get caught up in that, or worse, get grilled about joining the student council. Misha isn't speaking aloud since there is nobody who'd need to hear what they are talking about. But why does she tend to sign things even when Shizune doesn't need to understand what's being said? Or even more strangely, when Shizune is not around at all. What an odd conflict of habits. Damn, creasing the corners? I can't be asked to find a bookmark? That's my book, and I'll do whatever I want to the pages. I find it hard to focus on the book, and besides, the lunch break beckons me to leave the dullness of the classroom, so I do, heading down for the cafeteria. Misha and Shizune are having come to a conclusion of one kind or another, follow in my wake, though still talking in their animated fashion. Just around the corner of the hallway, something hits me in the chest with the force of a runaway train. There's my route. Opening my eyes, I see a pair of saucer-like green eyes looking up at me. They belong to the perpetrator, a short girl who bumped into me and has now fallen down onto the hallway floor. Yeah, and there's the line, Jesus Christ, did your mom give birth on a minefield? She wears a PE uniform and a very worried frown. The former strikes me as a rather strange thing to have on during a lunch break. More striking than that, though, is that she doesn't have legs. It's kind of abundantly clear there. Or she does, but they're not flesh and bone. Her pale and very much flesh and bone thighs end in shins and feet made of some black metallic plastic-like material. Or plastic-like material. They look disturbingly artificial and unnatural. It almost makes me forget that my chest is hurting. Oh yeah, about my heart. The girl winces a little, rubs her nose, and jumps up. I like how that sounds like an award sound back there. That's just part of the soundtrack, though. Oh man. Hey, are you all right? I'm sorry about all that, really. I wasn't looking where I was going, and you just came out of nowhere. I'm sorry. She's looking really apologetic in the hurt puppy way of looking apologetic. I quickly forget about being angry or anything, since hurt puppies are my weak spot. Yeah, It's okay, don't worry about it. Ouch. I say that, but there's a stinging pain growing in my chest, and I know that this is about the biggest possible danger from my condition. Don't overexert yourself, don't forget your medication, and most of all, don't get hit in the chest. I failed all of those. Well, actually, I took my medication today, but did I? I didn't see the scene. Really, did I? I try to rub my solar plexus to chase the pain away, holding my breath in an attempt to hear my heartbeat. It seems normal. Hey, should I get a nurse? The worried, high-pitched voice of the girl snaps me out of it. I stare at her for a few seconds, dumbfounded, until I realize that I probably looked worse off than I was, doubled over myself and looking all tense. Damn, I'm overly worried about my heart. No need, I'm fine. Managing to say something in response, I pull myself upright, feeling my sore ribs one last time, and take a deep breath. She just knocked the wind out of me. Big time, but it's nothing more than that. You sure you're okay? I hit you pretty hard. Yeah, you did. It's okay, I said I was fine, and nothing's broken, no harm done. That's good, I feel a hand on my shoulder at the same, I suppose that's about the same line there. I didn't click on that. I suppose my mouse actually got, the better of me there. Eep. I don't have time to look behind me because Shizune is already shoving me aside and stomping over to the girl, signing furiously at her. Miss Ibarazaki. I saw that. Running in the halls is strictly forbidden. Misha translates right on Shizune's tail, but her voice is girlishly playful, not full of divine fury as Shizune's arm movements would seem to call for. Sorry, I was just going to get some stuff and was kind of in a hurry. You've been told this 1,000 times. Your reckless behavior endangers other students, and even worse, it's explicitly against the school regulation. No running in the halls! The girl blushes and starts to fidget nervously, like a little child caught misbehaving. Yeah, she does that. It's so cute, I find myself smiling. I know that I was just... Make sure that this will not happen again. Although I'm sure telling you this is futile. It only causes me further headache when you choose to ignore the regulations. You almost damaged my my newest student council member. Got that, Emmy? The small girl sticks her tongue out in response. I gotta go. Teacher will have my head. I promised to help with printouts, but I went running instead. Sorry, but I've got a change in everything. Yeah, yep. Emmy. And there she goes, but we'll see her later. Before Misha or Shizune or I can say anything, she's already bolted from where she was a second ago, almost halfway towards the stairwell. Shizune looks like she's about to go nuclear on the spot, so I smile at her in a vain attempt to calm her down. Are you okay, Hichan? That Ibarazaki girl is always like that, causing trouble to others. You know, I'm pretty certain Shizune wouldn't call me Hichan. Never mind. Yeah, anyway, I'm okay. Just got the wind knocked out of me. That's great, Hichan. I wouldn't call that great, but I let it slide this one time. We have to run now. There is an important student council meeting regarding the festival, and we finally decided where to eat. Too bad you can't join, but this lunch meeting is only for student council members. We could take you there some other time, but that'd be like a date, wouldn't it? Ah-ha-ha. The girl leaves for downstairs. I didn't manage to get far from the third floor hallway before all this commotion struck. Literally. I should get going as well. The lunch and afternoon class pass uneventfully. I read most of the book I had started yesterday and ate some of the mostly inedible offerings from the cafeteria. The class is tiresome. The teacher says it's... Teacher seems like an okay person, sorry. Despite the weird first impression I got, and the material is relatively interesting. However, the way he teaches is really bizarre. It's as if he expects that everyone is a natural genius. When the final bell sounds, I realize that there is still a lot of time left in the day, and I'm left wondering what to do. It's odd. At the hospital, I had 24 hours a day of free time, but here, filling the considerable shorter hours feels difficult. Everyone else leaves, and I'm left alone with the teacher. Muto is examining the assignment sheets we were working on earlier, marking them with a red ball pen. Raising his eyes from his papers briefly, he notices me and furrows his brow. What is it, Nakai? I jump at him addressing me, but I guess it's natural to spark some conversation since there's nobody else around. Nothing. I was thinking about what to do after school. The teacher slowly puts the cap on the pen he was holding and arranges his papers into a stack, clacking it against the desk twice. He seems very methodical, and for a brief moment, I'm reminded of Shizune, but the teacher is more unhurried and relaxed, much more routine. You have no plans? No, I considered joining a club, but I don't know what kind of club would interest me. Go observe a meeting of someone else's club. Might pique your interest, I guess. But I don't know how to continue from there. Muto looks at me in a way that makes me quickly want to take the words back to avoid a conversation. But I can't, so I have to forge ahead. I just don't know how to deal with people. I mean, the other students. I'm talking to people and everything, so it's not that it's not that I'd be isolated or anything. I just don't know what to think about their disabilities. It's like, it feels that I'm being impolite if I pay attention to them, and it's weird to ignore them. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. The teacher scratches his cheeks absent-mindedly, looking very unresponsive. These things are only an issue if you make them. You can talk normally with someone, even if they are blind or something. Try to look behind the superficial. There's not a single student here who isn't just a normal kid behind whatever they might seem at first glance. He says the same thing as Yuko did. I know they're right, but it's hard. How can you not consider, for example, Shizune's deafness, when the only way to communicate with her is to talk through Misha? Or Hanako. It's not like you can ignore the face. But I am interrupted by the door of the classroom suddenly slamming open. Teacher! Misha crashes in, hand straight in an enthusiastic greeting, her voice loud and lively enough to wake the dead from their graves. She starts towards the teacher's desk with her bouncing step, hands energetically swinging with the rhythm. Muto, visibly dismayed at the interruption, and Misha in general, slumps in his chair. Mikado. Misha stops in her tracks and looks around cluelessly as if she's sensing from his tone that there is something wrong, but has no idea what. Yes? We have talked about volume control before? Yes. But she doesn't lower her voice at all, and the teacher just rubs his eyes. So what is it? We need help. We're running out of supplies for the festival stands. This is a distress. Help. Wahaha in distress. She waves a pink slip of paper she's holding around. So, go get more supplies from the art room. What's the problem with that? Plywood. Plywood is always the problem. Last time we wanted more, there was only a little, but that time we just took it all and went with that. Now there's like none left there, so do you know where there is some? I don't understand. How would I know? Shi-chan, I mean, the president thought that a teacher would know if there is plywood. Was she wrong? Wah ha wah 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 ha 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 wah wah wah. SOS. Wah ha ha in distress. Save our crippled girls. Muto looks like he is in great pain, frowning with his entire essence, and Misha doesn't get it at all. Looking at the two of them communicate is terrible. It's like looking at a man being tortured by drilling his skull open while blasting pop music at full volume at the same time. I'm afraid I have no idea if there is any plywood in the school, let alone where it would be if there was any. Aw, what should I do? Perhaps try to find Mr. Nomiya? I'm quite sure he would know where to find everything you need. You'd have to pry them from his cold, dead hands, but that's a different matter. Ah, I don't have time. We are so busy. She holds her head with both hands, looking as despairing as possible for a person like her. Without even noticing, she crumples the note she's holding against her hair. I shouldn't even be fetching things. There's so much to do, and we are falling behind schedule. Muto looks at her gravely and then suddenly smiles. Smiling doesn't really fit his face. I think it'd be better if he didn't. I wonder if you could get some temporary help. He switches to staring at me focusedly, with a hard expression, as if trying to say, go make some friends. Oh, damn. Yeah, thanks, Pop. Oh well. I may be a normie, however, well, I played a game and made choices, and those choices gave me things. That's life. Anyway, we're being dragged into it again. He likes Shizune. You see, everyone's got a favorite here, and everybody likes to throw shit at everybody else's favorite. That's just how things go. But I'm totally fine, because my choices got me something out of playing this game, and that's why it's memorable. Not because of these people with their incessant arguments about how my girl's cuter than your girl. Swear to God, you think we were talking about real girlfriends. I guess I could give you a hand. You can? Thanks, Hee-chan. You are really nice. She pauses, does a double take, and then points at me with her finger, yelping, ah, and looking very puzzled. Come to think of it, what's Hee-chan doing here? Class is over. You should be having fun. We just had a little chat. Oh no, it's not detention, is it? Are you in trouble, Hee-chan? No, I'm not. Is Hee-chan in trouble, teacher? No, he's not. Muto sighs deeply, and I feel that I have to help Misha to get her off the teacher's back. So what do you need? Here's a list. I can try to find the plywood from somewhere if there's none in the art room. She offers me the note she's holding. I take it, hesitating a bit. I said I'd help, but this has no implications on whether I'm joining the council or not. Aww. Still, thanks, Hee-chan. Try to be quick. We are still in a stall building streak now. We must hurry. Hurry. She bounces out of the classroom, leaving me and the teacher looking at each other with something that feels like a silent agreement. Well, there you have it, Nikai. You have something to do now. Please don't sound so smug. Looking at the list with a number of items ranging from paint to plywood, all written with small, neat handwriting that is undoubtedly Shizune's, I heave a sigh. I'll be going then. Waving the long list limply at the teacher, I exit to the hallway. The classroom closets closest to ours are designated belonging to classes 3-1, 3-2, and on the right on the right side and 3-4 on the left side, each door looking exactly the same. Further down the corridor, still with identical doors, are rooms that I didn't think were used for classes. I guess the art room is not a classroom as such. I carefully push open the furthest door and peek in. It's a classroom, but it seems rather badly kept or not in use. Am I in the right place? Yes, we're in the right place, and now it's time to find the last girl here. Where is she? Desks and chairs are all around the room. A thin layer of dust settled on them. There are some easels in the corner, so at least this looks like the right place. The room is flushed in sunlight from the big windows, shadows creeping all over the desks. Specks of dust are dancing in the stagnant air, making the beams of light look almost visible. Jokingly, I call to an empty room. Rin, where the fuck are you? You're the other best part of this route. Anybody home? Something catches my eye, and I stop mid-sentence. Ah, there she is. Sitting on a desk is a short-haired girl, curiously wearing a boy's uniform, with a fork between her toes, and a morsel of food stuck firmly on the end. Yep, there's Rin. There you are, you fucking weirdo. This odd way of dining seems to be caused by her apparent lack of hands. But her presence here is what takes me aback even more. How did I miss her before? She's sitting in a corner, very still. But I still somehow took her as part of the furnishing, or a statue at first glance. Ah, yes, you're a very weird person, Yossarian choice. And also the catalyst of this game's creation. Rin? Just specifically Rin? I'm not being too observant today as a whole. Yes, it was originally Rin. Well, Raita's original, entire, concept art that he just did whatever, had all of the girls, or basically all of the girls on it, if I remember correctly. Misha's, I think, new. The girl seems to be frozen in place, staring at me with her huge eyes like a rabbit in headlights. She's staring at me, her mouth wide open, ready to accept the fork. I'm staring at her, my mouth wide open, suddenly remembering I didn't finish my sentence and trying to think if I should. This weird stalemate keeps us both stunned into silence, punctuated only by the wall talk ticking rhythmically. Hello? The girl stuffs the forkful in her mouth and is now staring at me expectantly while chewing. This is a bit awkward. A bit? Don't worry, we'll grow out of this one. Yes, it was originally Rin, then Raita did the rest. Ah, okay, so Rin was the first girl out of this bunch. But as I remember, all of the girls were originally done by Raita, so 4chan just kind of, the bastards from 4chan just kind of stole all of the designs and filled it with whatever. They did the window dressing. Obviously, there wasn't any context either. Just, haha, here's a funny idea, and then they ran with it and created this. Never heard if he ever saw this or not. Be funny if he did. Hello, I was told to pick up some supplies from here. For some festival stalls, I think. I didn't think there would be someone here. There isn't, that's why I came here too. She picks up another forkful. Doesn't that mean you're here then? She raises her eyebrows as if she was suspecting my observation was false. You are pretty observant. I guess it does. But who are you? This girl is pretty straightforward, isn't she? No, she really isn't. But sometimes yes, but also no. I'm Nakai. Isao Nakai. I just transferred in on Monday. I'm Rin. Tezuka Rin. Rin Tezuka. I won't shake hands with you, but at least we know who we are now. That's very nice. Her deadpan manner of talking makes it hard to determine whether she's joking about shaking hands or not. It bothers me. Joking about these matters doesn't feel appropriate at all. Well, that's the thing, that they can make the jokes because they're the ones who don't have arms. But Rin also has, lots of other things going for her, being the largest bust size of all of the girls, if I remember correctly. Get it, though? Artist? Bust? Ah! Well, I'm trying to figure out what's appropriate and whether this girl is, she seems to have lost interest in me and is now gazing yearningly back at her food. Bullshit, Lily exists. I think Rin's tits are bigger. I'm not sure. But last time I heard an assessment of it, I think Rin has the biggest tits of everyone here. Can I continue my lunch? If you don't mind me, I won't mind you. If you need to get your stuff, the supplies are at the back. Go right ahead, but lunch? School's already over for the day. What word would you use then? There is no word for a meal you eat after lunch but before dinner, right? It bothers me very much too, but I don't really know what I should say. I don't think you're supposed to eat a meal between lunch and dinner to begin with. But I'm hungry now, and my delicious boxed lunch would go to waste otherwise. I mean, fair assessment. I have curry. It's very delicious. Don't worry, her material gets better, but I'm just remembering that it does get better. With much decisiveness, Rin once again picks up the fork between her toes and, with at least as much impoliteness, she points it straight at me. So, Nakai, what brings you to this place? Like I said, I was told to look for these things here. Or these things. No, the school. From outside. You look fine. What's your problem inside? I come to a full stop, opening my mouth, but not getting a word out. I can guess. I'm good at guessing, better than most people. Rin cuts me off before I can answer her question, or skirt around it somehow. I don't know which I would have done. I froze in front of this issue again. I haven't even told anyone here about my condition, or maybe it's only because it hasn't really come up. Yes, Rin is blunt. Rin is very special, but also makes Emmy's route very good in her own route. Her route in itself is a thing, as I have told. As I have been told, it is a thing. But Rin is... I like Rin because she's also a very, very large source of entertainment on where we're going. Or in where we're going. I do get the feeling that not making issues of this is a part of the social code here, as the teacher said. I wonder if the people here could relate. Probably not any better than any normal person could. I can't relate to Shizune's circumstances, or Lily's either. Naturally, while I go through this in my head, Rin keeps considering what my condition could be, with an overtly contemplative look on her face. She puts her fork between her lips and leans back, looking at the ceiling as if the answer was written up there. A beam of light illuminates her face from the window side, creating a mask of dark shadow on the other side. I don't think it's anything in your head, and something in your guts would be boringly ordinary, like this lunch of mine. Didn't you say it was very good though, Rin? And less delicious. To interact with Rin on a regular, you need a large supply of cigarettes. The problem must be in your pants. God damn it, Rin. This messed up Sherlock Holmes kind of a statement, and the sheer lack of tact it was delivered with catches me completely off guard. Well, Rin's Rin, so she doesn't have to have tact. I think I might have reeled back, even physically, as Rin's eyes widened in revelation and astonishment. So I was right. There's something wrong with your tackle, isn't there? Just Rin things. Still particularly in shock, but recognizing the need to reply something, I spit out the first thing I could think of. No, it's nothing like that. I have a heart problem. Arrhythmia. I said it. More like blurted it out, but I said it. The girl in front of me purses her lips together and glowers at me, looking very disappointed. How boring. Trouble in the Pants would have been much, much more scandalous. What's with this reaction? Yeah, really. Also, I don't think you get to go to the school for erectile dysfunction. Pretty sure that's probably too minor in the scale of disabilities. I'm sorry to let you down. I forgive you, I collect people, and a person with, that kind of problem would have been really great. Collect people? People with different problems. Huh, so you just, go around asking people what's wrong with them? Pretty much. I see. With little left to say, Rin resumes her lunch and the conversation dies away. But I keep thinking about what she said. It's the first time I told anyone else about my condition. All the other people have either known about it already or heard it from someone else. Or didn't need to know about it, like every other student here so far. Should I have told it as a natural part of my introductions? Is it expected of me? Hi, I'm Hisao. I have a very serious heart condition. Is that how I'm supposed to go around introducing myself from now on? As if our disabilities would define us. What a disgusting thought. Or maybe this Tezuka girl just has an unnatural interest in such things. Yes. To put it bluntly, yes. And a lot of other things. As I walk to the back of the room to pick up the items on Misha's list, a chance opens to study Rin from the corner of my eye. Her hair is burnt almost orange, and cropped short. Long hair would probably be impossible with no arms. The boy's uniform and lack of arms make her look very thin, almost scrawny. That's mostly the uniform thing. She's not particularly pretty except for her musky green eyes, which flicker restlessly, from below her short bangs, even when she eats. The distance and the shadows make it seem like they don't reflect sunlight at all, but instead absorb all of it within them, like deep wells. She moves her feet almost as deftly as a normal person would use their arms. However, I can see how this sight could discomfort people, especially while eating. It makes me feel a bit uncomfortable, at least. I hesitate to think about the word unnatural, but it's too late now, isn't it? I keep searching the cabins and shelves for Amisha's things, but after enough time passes, the silence grows too uncomfortable. So I try to force some conversation out of this strange girl. So, do you always eat alone and this late? Or do you get the occasional visitor? Visitors? Maybe you are my first occasional visitor, but I don't always eat alone either. Sometimes I eat with a certain person on the roof, if she's not horsing around. Horsing? She likes to do sports. Oh. And that's all I can think of to say. Both of us fall silent again as Rin forks the last bits of her meal into her mouth. I look down at my haul and double-check it with Misha's list. It seems I have everything except plywood. So I think I have all the things now. That's very nice for you. Don't feel obliged to stay. I was about to take a nap anyway. You need to do whatever you are going to do with that stuff anyway, right? Or perhaps you like to watch girls sleeping. Odd questions. I'm not sure what to make of this, but Rin looks serious. Even if I did, I think I have to be going. I'll catch you around, Tezuka. You can call me Rin. I feel that our relationship is at this point good enough to warrant this much. I was already turning to make my exit, but she draws me back in. Fine, then I'm Hisao. Then you are. Rin looks at me hard in the eyes, but that intimidating feeling you get when someone stares at you isn't there. It's like she's actually not looking at me at all. She blinks a couple of times, and I can't figure out why a pause like this just popped up between us out of nowhere. See you later, Hisao. There is something like a tiny smile there on her face, maybe. Yep, interactions with Rin don't get any less odd. I quietly back out of the room. As I shut the door in front of my face, I whisper to myself, what an intriguing person. From inside, I hear a muffled sing-song voice. I heard that! Ah! What did she hear? I jump at the sudden appearance of Misha, who I had not heard approaching despite the completely empty hallway. Somehow she had gotten to jumping distance of me without making a sound. Creepy. It briefly reminds me of Kenji's nutty theory about a global feminist conspiracy, but I pushed that thought aside. Shizune, standing slightly behind Misha, looks aloof as she couldn't have heard the remark that drew Misha's attention, but Misha is visibly excited. No, wait, more importantly, who is in there? There's no club meetings today. She tries to curiously peek past me, even though the door prevents her from seeing anyway. What are you doing here? You took too long. You took so long that we had to come check what's wrong. That's no good, Hichan. She wags her finger at me scoldingly. I found plywood, but everything else is still missing because you are tardy. Oh, sorry, I got the things here. I was just going to bring them. I think you were up to some mischief, Hichan. Who is in there with you? I wonder. Misha signs something quickly to Shizune, pointing at her own ear a couple of times. Shizune immediately pushes her way past me and opens the door into the classroom I just left. I can only imagine the shock she is experiencing. With Shizune's diligence and attitude, the insolence of daring to deface school property by sleeping on top of it must be too much for her to bear. And indeed, she stares at Rin, frozen in place apart from the slight but noticeable trembling in her shoulders. From suppressed rage, I'm sure. Instead of blowing up, Shizune just takes a few deep breaths, adjusting her glasses, and slams the door shut, turning to sign furiously at Misha. Maybe she did blow up, I just can't understand it. She shoots a very loaded stare at me, too, as if it was somehow my fault that Rin is sleeping on one of the tables. I hope she's not getting any funny ideas about the reason for my tardiness. Hello? Rin's voice comes from the other side of the door, and it takes a few eye blinks to realize she might have trouble opening it. I open the door to find Rin directly behind it, looking at us with a half-interested, half-sleepy face. Hello? Blows up silently. Miss Tezuka, what do you think you were doing? You are You absolutely are not permitted to use school property for such a disgraceful activity. It sure is suddenly crowded in here. I didn't know this. I didn't know I was this popular. It's hard to say whether she's happy or unhappy with this turn of events. At any rate, she ignores Shizune and Misha's scolding, so they have no choice but to drop the issue. Shizune taps Misha's shoulder, points at Rin, and makes some quick signs. Popularity aside, please don't do that anymore. Anyway, how's your project going? Will it be done for the festival? Rin looks at them blankly, apparently at ease under pressure. Shizune's under the pressure of Shizune's cold stare is putting at ease under the pressure Shizune's cold stare is putting on her. Sorry, it's getting late. I keep wondering about that myself too. I sure. What are you working on, Rin? Will it be ready in time? That makes two of us. And we'll think about it harder. As Misha signs her reply to Shizune, her face turns into an unsatisfied frown. Miss Tezuka, please try to take this seriously. It'll be a disaster if the wall looks like someone threw up their lunch onto it. Rin nods assertively. We'll think about it more we'll think more seriously. Yes, think. Rin, think. Misha actually giggles at that, but Shizune doesn't. Not even after translation. She just shakes her head, takes the materials from me, and takes off with Misha in tow. Rin frowns thoughtfully as she looks after the retreating student council duo. How rude. It's true though, I must finish my project before the weekend. There will be dire consequences if I don't. The end of the world as we know it. Like weekends usually are, but more dire. Much more dire. Maybe I'll postpone my nap to unforeseen future. I'm about to ask what project she has and what are these apocalyptic consequences, but she walks back into the art classroom. Since you have nothing to do, would you give me a hand? This paint can doesn't fit into my bag, but I need it. She kicks lightly at a huge can of paint that's lying on the floor next to the table she is sitting and sleeping on. It lets out a dull clang. Being the gentleman I am, I naturally pick it up. Heavy. Yeah, sure, where do you need it? Away. Away! And with that, she takes off to the hallway, me and the paint can following since there's little choice for either of us. The hallway is quiet and empty now, with Shizune and Misha gone, so we too leave towards the stairwell at the other end. Every 10 or 15 or 20 steps, I have to change the can from one hand to the other because the thin handle cuts into my palm. At least it keeps my arms from tiring too fast. Rin strolls on beside me with an uneven pace that I have trouble matching. Or maybe I am walking weird because of the extra weight. It seems one of us is constantly walking too slow or too fast. I can't figure out which. 2 flights of stairs below, trouble appears in the form of the head nurse and his fox-like grin. Ah, Mr. Nakai, what a happy coincidence. Tezuka too, as well. He nods courteously to Rin, who does not acknowledge him back, then turns to me, because obviously it's me who he has some business with. There's something I forgot to mention on Monday. I nod and wait impassively because I can't even begin to guess what he forgot. The feeling of the handle delving deeper into my skin doesn't make me feel enthusiastic about this interruption either. It's about your medications. Since you haven't been that long on your current medications, there might be some unexpected side effects, which might require adjusting dosages or even changing to another kind of medication. So we will do a few tests regularly, but what I want is for you to keep an eye on everything in your condition that feels off. If you get what I mean. Nausea, headache, anything. And come see me if something happens. Alright? So how are you? Everything fine? I give up and drop the can to the floor before answering him. Apparently this takes longer than my biceps can handle. I'm about to say something generic as an answer, but then I realize how often I've done that lately. Other people have asked me too, teachers and students here, my parents, visitors, nurses, and doctors at the hospital. Everyone seems to be concerned about that. It's natural for a hospital, not so much for a school. Except this school. This is a small school, and both the student base and the faculty seem to be very tightly knit. At least that's the feeling I'm getting. And this is not the kind of school that gets transfer students too often. The thought sends shivers up my spine, but I give a generic answer anyway. That's great. Also, one other thing. My sources tell me that you've been at neither the school track nor even the pool, so I'd like to know if you have taken up exercising as I asked. Of course I haven't, but his way of inquiring gives me the feeling that I should have been running my ass off on the track since the very first day. You have people spying on me? Not as such, I just happen to know a few people, but that's not the issue here. So don't try to slip out of it. Well, I was actually doing some improvised weightlifting as an exercise. I pick up and lift the can up and down a few times like some sad imitation of a bodybuilder, even though it's weighing down my arms painfully. The stupid grin disappears from his face for a second, then comes back like it was never gone. Tezuka, would you give us a second? The nurse grabs me by the shoulder without waiting for Rin's permission, which he didn't need in the first place, and drags me aside. When I told you to exercise, I wasn't joking. I understand that you are still on your first week and all, but please don't ignore the importance of this. The reason I am coming down this hard on you is that habits are not easy to form. The more you slip and postpone, the harder it'll be. It's the same with everything, like dieting. Can you promise me to be more serious about this from now on? Well, I wouldn't be able to say no, so yes, I would, even if I didn't know what was coming. So, I would probably reflexively say yes, no matter what. Yeah, I promise, definitely. He studies me for a moment, and then shrugs, smiling again. Okay, that's more like it. But wouldn't that cause heart rates to spike? No, if you just very carefully exercise, lightly, very carefully, keeping in mind of your condition. You know, all the things we're not going to do. If you go to the school track tomorrow morning, you'll meet my spy, who probably has no qualms offering consultation if you want to jog a bit. Consultations to you if you want to jog a bit. Consultation? See you around. He leaves with a wave of his hands and no answer, and I walk to Rin, who has been waiting idly, leaning against the hallway wall and staring at the pale lighting fixtures in the ceiling. Even when I approach, she doesn't move her eyes off them. Are you getting medications for your heart thingy? Were you listening? It comes out more accusatory than I intended, accidentally lashing out on her. But even so, I don't really want to start talking about it. I just met her. I don't know her. It's not her business. The nurse seems to be happily ignorant about confidentiality, too. Talking about that kind of thing in public. But it's not Rin's fault, is it? I look up at her, suddenly feeling a bit guilty. But Rin is just staring past my shoulder, quizzically. Her head tilted like a bird's. I don't know why this is so hard for me. It feels like there is some inexplicable lock that prevents me from being more upfront about this. Yeah, they're for my heart. Will they make you better? No, not really. They just make me a little less worse. Rin keeps looking at me for a long while, and she neither says anything further nor displays any kind of emotion I could discern. I'm thankful that she doesn't. I think I'm still not quite used to still not quite used to all this. I don't know where the "of" came from. That might be the selective dyslexia there. At the hospital, it was easy, but I still haven't sorted my feelings about having to live a normal life with this disability. We leave the main building, and Rin leads us onwards towards the dorm. We stop at the small patch of greenery in front of the dorm building. The dorm is built on slightly elevated ground, with a wall and a few trees that everyone has to circle around every time they come or go. It's probably the only inconvenient design in the school. The entire wall, made of the same kind of bricks as the building itself, has been covered with the same sort of painting. Or covered with some sort of painting. Sorry. Most of it is still mere sketches. Quick lines drawn with black and white against the gray plastering that covers almost the entire length of the wall, but some places look a bit more finished. There are human faces and legs and hands. I can't quite say what the painting as a whole might portray. Stacks of what seem to be paint cans are arranged in piles on the ground besides the wall. See, the left side is hardly off the ground yet. It's because I couldn't get in the mood yesterday, so I gave up and went to meditate instead. Then it was suddenly morning. I have to work on it, but the guys from the art class are helping me with the negative spaces and base surfaces whenever, which is a problem. It's easier to paint big areas if there are a lot of people with hands. The reach is better and it's faster too. She goes on a tangent of a tangent, waving a little with her arm, or whatever of it there actually is, to demonstrate even though I got the point already. The white cotton of her sleeve flaps around, and it makes me think it could look sadder than it does. But it makes me feel out of place, like almost every tangible reminder of the student's base. Special properties. Student base's special properties has in the past few days, right. Did I mention I'm not on any coffee whatsoever, so this is just me. Me. This girl doesn't notice my dreary feelings, of course, or the fact that she lost me a while ago already, and just keeps blabbering. Why doesn't she have prosthetic arms? Because at this point I don't think we're really there yet with prosthetic arms to be useful, and Rin's Rin. So that's why I'm trying to figure out if there is something I need to figure out, and then figure that out before it's too late and all hope is lost. Why would all hope be lost? Because paint has to be painted, and then it has to dry, and then it has to be painted over with another kind of paint. It takes time. She finally stops, apparently thinking she made some kind of statement that makes sense. I think it's best to start from the top. So this is your project? You did this? Yes, yes. All of it? Yes. Nice, but I stumble with my words, suddenly feeling like I've walked straight into a minefield of political incorrectness. Oh, Hisa, that term? Yeah, no, It's okay, you can say it. I probably won't get mad. I blush really hard. I don't really know what would be the right thing to say, if any. It feels that I'm way more sensitive than Rin is, though. This is really awkward. Don't you want to ask? How do you paint without hands? See? I'm an easy person to talk to, right? With my feet. I almost guessed that already, but isn't that hard to do? You're good at guessing anyway. I don't think it is, but maybe I'm used to it by now. I can't get my mind around the fact that she could be an artist, but seeing how adept she is at using her feet to eat, I wonder, well, I figure painting might not be a problem either. Neither of us has anything more to add to the subject. The afternoon light works pretty well. I was afraid it would look too flat, but it's not like that after all. Actually, I think it's actually pretty interesting. I wanted to see what it looks like in dim light. Do you think it's flat? Well, paintings tend to be flat. Not like that flat. You know, flat, like some people are. No substance, no meat. Where there should be some. That one skips by too fast to read. Like, like, okay, I get it. But I couldn't really tell. I'm not that good with art. I can't name many artist or artistic terms. So I don't really have anything to say. Rin shrugs her shoulders at that saying, suit yourself. At that saying, suit yourself, without saying it. And looks up at the sky as if trying to look for something up there. I didn't think I'd get any actual work done, but if you give me a hand with the paints, I could do a little before it's too dark. Wanted to get a halogen lamp like the ones they have at the sports track, but there aren't any. Rin sure is quick to recruit my help, as was Shizune. It really makes me feel that the festival is such a big project that every pair of hands is needed. Why not? I'm not really sure if I could be of any help, though. It's just mixing some paints. You can do that, probably. Do you have motor control problems? Like, those people who have some? Like, do you have these problems? Like, these people that have those problems? Cerebral palsy, maybe? No, not that I know of. I get it. Heart thingy has nothing to do with that. She gives me a sly look for no reason. No, it doesn't. Let's do it then. So she sits on an empty wooden box and very naturally picks up a wide brush between her toes of her bare right foot. I open a few of the cans and pour some of the contents into shallow bowls for mixing. The thick paints flow lazily from the can to the bowl like syrup. I mix them, creating funny, hypnotic-looking swirl patterns that melt quickly into each other to form a new monotone hue. Rin sets to work, every now and then asking me for a hand with something or the other. Finding different brushes is easy enough, but mixing the paints to be the exact tone this girl is apparently seeing in her head is a frustrating ordeal. She wants precision down to the last millimeter before she is satisfied, but her instructions are obscure at best. Add half a splash of green. I crouch down and pick up the can of bright green. The other green, this green. I carefully pour some of the other green paint into the mixing bowl. No, that's almost a whole splash. More white. Is green a good color to add? No idea, you're the artist here. A hint of a smile appears in the corners of her mouth. Do you lack an opinion? No, it's just that I have no idea. It's okay, because I just got an idea. Add more white. With this exclamation, I pour a minuscule amount of white into the bowl and mix it. It looks slightly whiter. That's not good. It has to be like the color when you wake up and you know that you saw the meaning of life in your dream but can't remember it. Rin, what the fuck does that mean? Maybe it's yellow. Despite the impossibility of mixing a color like the change of seasons or any other nonsense that's been imposed on me, I find myself enjoying it more than I thought I would. Seeing a painting being born on the plastered wall feels like magic. I spend the moments I have between mixing paints crouching down on the paving and just looking at her work. It feels slightly intrusive at first, like breaking some imaginary intimacy. But Rin doesn't seem to mind the least bit. Maybe it's just in my head. Her entire presence emits a completely different air as she patiently works the details, adding layers of the paint on top of other layers of the paint. Of paint, sorry. I thought there was a period there. Steadily moving her foot across the wall to add new shapes. When I manage to produce a passable mixture of paint, the rare smile on her face is oddly rewarding. Apart from the few words when discussing paint mixes, neither of us says a word for the longest time. And even though those short discussions soon evolve into a shorthand, both of us developing and using weird impromptu code words for various paints and hues. As if there was some need to conserve words and breath and sound. We stay there late into the evening until it becomes too dark to paint properly. And then the very next morning... The sound of an alarm pulls me out of a fitful slumber and into the unpleasant state of wakefulness. I linger under the blanket for a few minutes, gathering some energy to rise while making excuses as for why I already haven't. I honestly wouldn't mind staying here all day. School is surprisingly exhausting after a long pause, and the culture shock is still not faded, I think. Still, despite getting an impression that skipping class is easy here, I don't think they are going to let me get away that easily. And the nurse is bound to keep breathing down my neck with the talk of exercising as well. So eventually I do rise up, swallow the morning medications, and put on my old soccer clothing. Thanks to my condition, I was exempt from taking part in gym classes at Yamaku. So I didn't get issued with a gym outfit. I'd order some to cover such a contingency, but wearing my old soccer clothes is kind of nostalgic. I can't use them for that anymore, so maybe they can get a new life this way, a bit like me. Yes, in the far-off year of 20XX, we still have beepers and wristwatch alarms. Whoa! Well, it's not this. Beepers are still out of style here, but welcome to the early 2000s. After all, if I'm going to start talking to, if I'm going to start taking care of myself, talking to myself, I already do that every day. Taking care of myself, I can't afford to slack around. I'll start from the basics. Basics which include keeping the rest of my body in shape along with what little I can do to strengthen my heart. Maybe then I can go back to something approaching a normal life, or at least something where I'm less likely to fall over dead at any minute. Here we are. I'm surprised to discover that I'm not the only one present at the track. Not just that, but it's a face I've seen before. The prosthetic-legged girl who bowled me over in the hallway yesterday is running on the track lithely, like a half-mechanical gazelle. What was her name again? It was a short one, but I can't remember. She seems to be running laps at a somewhat easy lope. Her prosthetic's legs clacking rhythmically on the hard track surface. I wonder what reason she has for running this early in the morning. We'll get to that after much lengthy pace. Maybe it's something akin to mine, and the nurse is oppressing the poor girl to jog just like he is oppressing me. No, not quite. I certainly wouldn't be here if it weren't for my health and his prompting me to do so. And even with things being like they are, it's only because I wanted to get it out of the way early. Yeah. Is that a morning yawn or a night yawn? You decide. The fact that I would be less likely to encounter someone who would witness my pitiful attempts to get in shape was merely a happy accident. I'd leave, but it seems that my former assailant noticed me on her last lap. She waves at me cheerfully and jogs over. Good morning. Your name is Hisao, right? She grins, seemingly pleased that she remembered my name. You may not remember me. Emmy, I knocked you over in the hall yesterday. Miss Abarazaki. It's a shit sleep schedule yawn. Possibly. She imitates Misha imitating Shizune, failing to get the same kind of subdued lit into her high-pitched voice. How could I forget such a blunt introduction? Emmy has the decency to look vaguely apologetic for a moment before giggling. Yeah, sorry about that again. Well, so long as you don't make a habit of it, I suppose it's fine. Great! I'm not sure she realized I was joking. So the spy consultant the nurse was talking about is actually you? That's right. Oh. I was expecting someone from the nursing staff, to be honest. What? Are you saying I don't look like I could be a spy? No, this is more like a relief. I was afraid he would have someone to watch my every move. Unless you are here to do exactly that. No, I'm here for my own reasons. The nurse just asked me if I had seen a messy-haired transfer student who looks like he's kinda lost around the track. So why are you down here? Emmy strikes a dramatic pose. Training! For what? Track! Ah, I see. You're on the track team then. Emmy nods enthusiastically. Yep. I'm one of the better runners, too. And modest about it, too. Hey, you should join up. It's good exercise, you know. I think that much activity is probably out of the question for me. Nah, I'm not even sure that I really like running all that much. Plus, I'm just not into organized sports, you know? It's true, I never really got that much into soccer. I mean, I'd run around with my friends and all, but that was really the only reason I ever played. It wasn't for the glory to be found on the field, that's for sure. Emmy seems to understand my meaning. I see. Not into the whole organization thing. But now that you're here, I guess we're going to run together, huh? Sure, I guess. Emmy seems pleased. Are you going to warm up? Real men don't warm up. Oh no, you should always warm up. Bad he's out. She scolds me enthusiastically, but then smiles and leans closer. I hate warming up too. She laughs suddenly. Heck, I don't even have to stretch my legs. As if to confirm her statement, she bounces up and down a couple of times, giving a passing impression of standing on a pair of springs. Her leg blades seem to be quite elastic. Let's go. Here we go. So we both take off around the track, and I can immediately see that she wasn't lying about being good at running. Emmy moves fluidly, throwing herself into the run with a sort of wild abandon. I find myself concentrating more on running properly. Hands spread, right? And something about hitting the balls of your feet rather than the heels. I try to match my stride to Emmy's, but it's pretty difficult. Apparently, I'm no good at it. Maybe Emmy could help me with that sometime. I'm really not feeling up to more than a couple of laps today. Slow to a walk pretty quickly. Yeah, that's about me with running. Emmy keeps running and doesn't seem to notice I've stopped until she passes me a second time. She quickly skids to a halt, breathing steadily in contrast to my own somewhat gasping demeanor. Finished already? I hang my head ruefully. Heh, yeah. I'm not in very good shape right now. Emmy nods and then grins at me again. She seems to do a lot of smiling. Well, the important thing is you started, right? Next time you just have to try to hold out longer, and then longer, and then longer, and eventually you'll be great. Actually, I don't think it's time yet. I'll keep that in mind. But I think right now I'm going to go get ready for class. Shouldn't you? Emmy shrugs unconcernedly. Nah, I've got plenty of time. I notice she's not wearing a watch. Are you sure? Another careless shrug. Not really, but I've got to finish my routine. See you later, Hisa. Yeah, see ya. I'm not sure whether this morning's experiment was a success or a failure, but I'm going to admit that I do feel slightly good about getting out there this morning. And like Emmy said, I just need to keep at it in order to get better, right? Right, next time. Yeah, next time. Practice makes perfect, or something like that. It's at least nice to feel like I've taken some semblance of control over my own health. I'll have to try to keep this up. I head back to the dorms to wash and change into my uniform, trying to resist the urge to take a really long and hot shower. I'm tired from all the running, so I just want to unwind, but I don't want to break my slowly building routine of getting to school before the morning rush. After taking a long shower anyway, I dry myself off and get out of the stall to put on my clothes. Out of nowhere, a shadow appears within the mist, looming and radiating malicious intent. It bursts through the fog. Snake Eater theme plays. What's up? What are you doing here? What the hell? You scared me. What's your problem? I should be asking you that. I've been looking for you all over the place, man. What do you mean all over the place? I want to ask if he's been looking for me like that, stark naked, but hold my tongue back. I finally realize I'm still naked too and quickly hold up my shirt in front of me, but Kenji doesn't seem to notice a thing. His glasses are fogged up, but then why doesn't he wipe them off? Is his vision so bad it's like he's perpetually seeing through fog? You know, your room, and yeah, that's it. Hey, I mean, I still had to get up, though. Whatever, it's not important. Can I borrow some money? Oh, no, H content means he doesn't show the leaf covering his crotch. Boo. Oh, yeah, right. They got rid of that, too? Shit. Well, that's not terrible, but come on now. That's a joke. That's not sexual at all. It's just a joke. Though, there are some women out there. Pipkin Pippa is one of them that looks at Kenji and thinks, I can fix that. She said it aloud. So, maybe it's sexual to some other people, but here it's basically I'm naked, haha, funny joke. Moving on. Can I borrow $5? He puts on an innocent face and looks away, trying very hard to look very casual. It doesn't work. He's transpired, and his window pane, he's as transparent as his window pane sized glasses. Sorry. Talking neutrally like this, wearing nothing, feels awkward. Actually, somehow it's even more awkward to be naked in front of someone when they can't see me being naked. To say nothing of the fact that he's naked as well. I try to brush the feeling off, with little success. Money? Sure. Awesome. Wait, why do you need it? Can't you just give it to me because I had the goodwill not to run through your pockets and the pockets while you were in the shower? I could have, but I exercised restraint. And in the end, isn't it the thought that counts? Come on, be a pal. Hey, she got Lily no less. Well, that's her thing. Her adventure is her own adventure, but we know what her actual route is, and it's probably Kenji. This makes no sense. If it's the thought that counts, I should withhold payment since his thoughts were clearly impure and his intentions are probably even more sinister, since he can't tell me what they are. I say as much to him. I'm offended, man, but if that's your game, then fine. I guess I have no other choice. I wanted to order a pizza. I already have most of the cost of the pizza. I need your help for the rest. I can get some of that pizza too, right? No. Are you serious? Yeah. I would give you some, but you have class, don't you? You don't have time to eat a pizza. What about you? I'm not going to class. I have to wait for the pizza and pay the guy, and then eat it. It's not easy. You have to obtain the pizza stealthily. If you don't, everyone will see you and the pizza and ask for a slice. It's a hard world out there. Everyone wants a piece. Then you're left pizzaless. In an unforgiving world. It's happened before. That's how I know. Every day I plan my vengeance so that when the people who wronged me order a pizza, I will be there, ever vigilant. Kenji strikes a dramatic pose, completely without irony. But yeah, I only need like $4. Please? Well, actually, the yen's doing really terrible right now, so that's probably like $3.25 now, I think, or something like that. It's less. Please, you're my only hope. I can't go outside and buy my own pizza. It's too far. I try not to go out unless it's absolutely necessary. Let me tell you what happened the last time I went out without carefully planning it out in advance. I was outside. I can't remember what I was doing. Something. Standing? Maybe wondering how I got there. And then out of nowhere, it happened. Like a flash of lightning splitting the sky. Like how you split a sandwich in 2 equal pieces to make it more manageable to hold and eat. A bird crapped on my head. It was the second most shocking moment of my life. What was the first? He ignores me and keeps going. I want to grab him and shake him. Is he just trying to keep momentum? I'll go with that, but even if it's more likely he just didn't hear me. It was like in the openings of some kind of anime show. You know how there's always a part where the main dude is fighting his rival and then they fly at each other and clash swords, and there's like big dramatic colored auras and zoom? It was like that, but with poo. Okay. So yeah, I need some money, please. Don't leave me hanging, man. I only need like 1,000 yen. I thought it was 400. Okay. What? I'll pay you back, I swear. You better. That's what it means to borrow stuff. I don't know when I'll be able to pay you back. You have 1 week. Ah! Kenji winches and makes a noise like a dying cow, a particularly disturbing fact given that his baton is conducting freely. You're not supposed to be so tight-assed about money between brothers in ours, man. Men have it bad enough as it is. Did you know that male porn stars only make about half of what female porn stars make? That doesn't mean anything unless you're a porn star. So maybe I am a porn star on the side, struggling to make ends meet as I fight the feminist agenda. And you can't even spot me your crumbs? You bastard. Nobody understands. Nobody. Wouldn't feminists be against pornography in the first place? This feminist agenda stuff again? This stuff is important. I can see that you don't give a shit, but this is serious here. Feminists are dangerous. Are a dangerous enemy. Make no mistake. You take them lightly, and you'll wake up in the morning with a knife in your back. Bam, out of nowhere. How do you wake up in the morning if someone's already stabbed you in your sleep? Women are terrible at stabbing things. I thought you just said don't take them lightly. Well, I mean, don't take them lightly for the big things. Individually, they're not a threat, but if there was some kind of war, like a big war, the men on one side and the feminist forces on the other, it would be pretty ugly. And that day will come when feminists come out of their central top-secret worldwide feminist headquarters and say, "It's on now, motherfuckers." AAA dialogue. We have not seen dialogue like this in decades at this point. Shit, no wonder AAA gaming is failing. You're being ridiculous. There's no big worldwide feminist headquarters building. Where would they even hide that? I mean, it'd have to be massive. You couldn't hide that on Earth. Someone would notice a big fortress with women only in it. Who said it was on Earth? I turn away from Kenji and start practicing frowning faces in a mirror so that I can figure out what kind of frown will best express my emotions. He can't see me from this distance anyway, which unfortunately means that he just keeps ranting without any regard to sense or sensibility. Yeah, there's a war going on. A war that not many know about. But it's great. It's a great one that will one day boil over and encompass all of the known world. Then we will have to pick sides. We will have to make a stand. In fact, it's happening right now. Kenji, you're right, but you're not right. You're like my grandfather being right, but not right. Not actually right at all. But also more right than you should be. Imagine it, the bloody battlefield, a vicious conflict without end. Yeah, on social media. Leaking into my entertainment, which is why we're back here. I almost gave up when I thought this cause was silly. When I grew tired of the bleakness of our fight. When I mistook the time the power went out for a feminist raid and thought the end was near. But then I realized that if I gave up, it would all be over. And I was like, whoa, and I knew I had to get serious, because I am the last sane man in an insane world. It's about duty. Must be a pretty crappy movement if it all hinges on one naked guy ranting in a bathroom at another naked guy. So can I have the money? He's blocking the way out. It's getting cold because I'm still naked, and I want to go to class, so I agree to spot him the money. Awesome, thanks, dude. We should go bowling later on. Bowling? Yeah, it's the ultimate sport. There's almost no women bowlers either, making it also the manliest sport. Should I wear my pink bowling shirt with matching shoes or the pastel green with flower accents? There are bowling clothes? Maybe. Anyway, you had better pay me back. I can pay you back at stuff, right? I don't have the time to ask him to elaborate on what that means. I don't know. I have to get to class. You're kind of in the way. Oh, yeah, sorry. I don't want to hold you up, and I have some stuff to do myself. The time has come. The time for what? I just like saying that. Okay, now the time has really come. For what? I have to use the bathroom. Get out of it. I was just going to, and what does that mean? It's a big bathroom. So I have to be alone or I can't go. The pressure. Okay, okay, what if someone comes in? I'll think of something. I give him my practice frown, and it looks kind of silly reflected in his glasses. He either doesn't notice or doesn't see anyway. So I get dressed and run back to my room, feeling as though an eternity has passed since I woke up. This time I will never... That is time I will never get back. I'll get him for this somehow. However, alright, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's enough reading for today. I can feel it in my throat. As Emmy said, at least we started, right? But that's 4 hours into this, and the introduction is a really long time. I was hoping to get to our route hop first, but it looks like we're gonna have to wait there. But it's 11 o'clock here, and I've been reading for 4.5 hours. But, ladies and gentlemen, that's Katawa Shoujo. And if I'm not mistaken, I can just... Right. Save here. But now you're committed. Yes, I'm committed. Well, it's not like well, for me, it's not like there's anything hard to plan. I just, quite like the Necronica campaigns. You kind of just walk into it. Right? All you have to do is die. Or in this case, nearly die. But, well, again, that's me and my choices. We're just reliving the past. But Kenji managed to weird Phonto out. No, I'm just exhausted and I'm tired of talking. But, okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for this week of streams. I have been your host, Phontomen, and this has been the first part of Katawa Shoujo. We'll be finishing this next week. Or, well, getting on with it. Because this game is deceptively long, even though it's a nice vacation. Right? And this is what all good entertainment pieces should be. They should be entertaining, and they should take you somewhere else. Even if that somewhere else is Brown University, Rhode Island. With a bunch of cripple girls and Kenji. Whatever the fuck Kenji is. It's still nice to go to another place for a while, right? But, alright, ladies and gentlemen. Martin and everybody else drinking, go get some water. I'll see you all next time. Enjoy the rest of your evening, folks. And Deku, thank you for the gift subs at the last possible second. How long have you been here? Oh, that means Sharklet is still here too. Good, you spotted her. Thanks for the limelight, bro. She's still here. Ah. But, okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Good night.